Morning. Before we start, please stand for the Moroccan.
أنبت الأحرار أشرق الأنوار منتدى السؤدد وحماه دمت منتدى وحماه عشت في الأوطان للعلا عنوان ملء كل جنان ذكرى كل لسان بالروح بالجسد هب فتاك لب نداك في فمي والدم هواك ترى نور ونار إخوتي هيا للعلا سعيا نشهد الدنيا أننا نحيا بشعار الله الوطن الملك.
Very much. Apologies, we are running a little bit late. Last year, NC proudly hosted Symposium, creating a platform for scientific dialogue. On that success with this second edition, which marks a significant milestone as new international partners, further strengthening our shared commitment to advancing sustainable water, energy through research, innovation, and collaboration. Over the next 2 days, leading researchers, academics, engineers, industry professionals, and policymakers from around the world will share cutting-edge research, exchange ideas, and develop collaborations to help address some of today's most pressing global environmental challenges. It's now my honor to welcome our distinguished guests, who will all speak for a short while. Mr. El Hussein Ben Taib, Member of Parliament and Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, Morocco.
فرصة ثمينة لتبادل تفتح آفاقا جديدة تعاون بين نعم كامل تعمل مقاولات تعاون بين والعلمي ثمن ثاني باحثين وخبراء الذين أبوا لبوا الدعوة للمشاركة في هذه الدورة الثانية متمنيا أن تشكل أشغالها محطة علمية متميزة تفضي إلى توصيات عملية مشاريع وتعاون جديدة وحلول مبتكرة قادرة على الإسهام في مواجهة تحقق الله الجميع لما فيه.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Mohsin Benani Mashita, the Dean of Abdul Malik at the University in Larash, I believe.
Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde. Très ravi, très honoré par SYMPOSIUM. Monsieur le directeur de l'école des nouvelles sciences et ingénieries, le député vice-président, Monsieur le président de l'association Madame Lancelot, éminente experte au Monsieur le directeur stratégique de la science politique plateforme, Madame la présidente de l'ambassade de l'OFRE, Monsieur le directeur général des services, Madame la directrice de la recherche de l'innovation, éminent et panélistes, honorables, modérateurs, membres des comités, représentants nos instituts partenaires, secteurs, chers chercheurs, universités et de l'étranger. C'est pour moi, pense en réel, à vous à l'occasion d'un média des innovations en dessalement particulièrement que la faculté de la rage soit organisée un symposium international aux côtés de partenaires. Cet événement illustre notre engagement commun en faveur de l'excellence scientifique, la collaboration interdisciplinaire et développement de solutions innovantes face aux grands défis liés à l'eau, à l'énergie, au climat. Aujourd'hui, Tanger ne se contente pas d'accueillir un symposium international, elle réunit des esprits, des cultures et des expertises scientifiques autour d'un objectif commun, assurer l'avenir grâce à l'innovation, à la coopération, au développement. Dans un monde confronté à des défis environnementaux et géopolitiques croissants, l'eau n'est pas seulement une ressource vitale, constitue également un puissant vecteur de dialogue, coopération, résilience et de paix. Le thème de cette édition, des systèmes hydriques intelligents et durables, innovation économique, résilience climatique et paix, nous rappelle que l'innovation scientifique doit avant tout être mise en service de l'humanité afin de promouvoir un développement durable et de construire un avenir résilient plus pacifique. L'eau a toujours été au fondement des civilisations. Aujourd'hui, elle est devenue l'un des enjeux majeurs. Changement climatique, la raréfaction, la croissance démographique, la dégradation de l'environnement et l'augmentation des besoins énergétiques nous obligent à repenser profondément notre manière de gérer une des ressources les plus précieuses de notre planète. Ces défis ne peuvent être relevés par des initiatives isolées. Il exige une recherche interdisciplinaire, des innovations technologiques, des politiques publiques ambitieuses et surtout des partenariats internationaux solides. La présence parmi nous d'éminents experts et chercheurs venus du Maroc, d'Europe, Moyen-Orient et d'autres régions démontre clairement que les défis liés à l'eau dépassent les frontières. Nos solutions doivent donc, elles aussi, être en France. Ce symposium incarne parfaitement. Au cours des 2 prochains jours, il offrira une plateforme privilégiée d'échanges scientifiques, de présentation des recherches les plus récentes, de partage d'expériences et de développement de collaboration qui contribueront à façonner l'avenir des systèmes hydriques. Ensemble, nous explorons les avancées les plus prometteuses dans les domaines de dessalement solaire et systèmes hydriques alimentés par des énergies renouvelables, de la gestion circulaire de l'eau, de l'intelligence artificielle, des technologies intelligentes, des infrastructures résilientes face au changement climatique, des solutions fondées sur la nature ainsi que du nexus eau, énergie, alimentation. La richesse de programmes scientifiques reflète non seulement la complexité des défis auxquels notre monde est confronté, mais également les immenses opportunités qui émergent lorsque des experts issus de secteurs et des pays différents unissent leurs compétences. En tant que doyen, la faculté polydisciplinaire de l'Arrache, profondément convaincu, les universités ont une responsabilité qui dépasse largement la tradition d'enseignement. Ils doivent être des moteurs d'innovation, des catalyseurs du développement durables et des passerelles entre le monde diplomatique, le monde académique, le secteur des décideurs publics. À la faculté politique de l'Arrache, nous nous engageons à promouvoir une excellence, renforcer la coopération interne, former une nouvelle génération professionnelle capable de relever les défis. Cet engagement se traduit des défis traduit également par une offre de formation innovante, notamment à travers notre diplôme de sciences approfondies et arts de vie, qui incarne une intégrée développement durable en consigne responsabilité, réserve, bien-être des innovations responsables. Nous sommes convaincus que l'enseignement supérieur a un rôle déterminant à jouer dans la formation engagée, capable d'accompagner les grandes transitions écologiques, économiques et sociales de notre symposium illustre également l'importance croissante de la coopération entre les centres de recherche, les instituts, les entreprises et les organisations. L'excellence scientifique s'épanouit lorsque les connaissances sont partagées. L'innovation progresse lorsque les idées françaises et le développement durable devient une lorsque les partenariats reposent sur la confiance, le respect mutuel et en commune. Je tiens à adresser les plus sincères remerciements aux organisations, au comité, à nos partenaires, à nos sponsors, aux évaluateurs, aux modérateurs, aux bénévoles, ainsi qu'à toutes les personnes dont l'engagement et le professionnalisme ont contribué à la réussite internationale. J'adresse également mes plus remerciements à tous les chercheurs qui ont soumis leurs travaux aux conférences de renom et experts acceptés, partagés, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble des participants choisi de prendre part à un dialogue scientifique d'importance particulière. Votre présence témoigne du fait que la science demeure l'un des pistes pour renforcer la coopération internationale, promouvoir la paix et construire des solutions durables au bénéfice des générations présentes et futures. À cette occasion, nous, chaque idée scientifique présente, chaque échange engagé, chaque partenariat fait, et chaque jeune chercheur inspiré au cours du symposium peut contribuer à répondre aux défis auxquels sont confrontés des milliers de personnes à travers le monde. Que ce symposium inspire, il renforcera la coopération internationale et qu'il créera des partenariats et surtout il contribuera à bâtir un avenir d'accès à une eau propre et durable, pas plus une réalité partagée par tous. C'est un symposium riche en découverte, en collaboration et un excellent séjour. Merci.
Okay, we have Professor Kamal, Director of ENSA at Tetuan.
Thank you very much. Chourak, il m'a pas dit que je dois prendre la parole, donc j'ai rien préparé. Donc c'est un traquenard. Néanmoins, événement scientifique. Alors, on est fatigué quand il y a beaucoup de mots, donc je pense que les gens préfèrent travailler, mais c'est pas grave. La tradition, c'est ça. Alors, Madame la ministre, Monsieur le parlementaire, Monsieur le directeur, Monsieur le doyen, chers collègues, chers experts, je suis très très content d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui et je suis très très fier de ce que Chourak accomplit. Et je tiens à féliciter Monsieur le directeur Radi, l'école ici, vraiment école très très importante, un acteur académique et scientifique incontournable dans notre vie. Je tiens également à les remercier parce qu'ils ont choisi Adlot El Hada, passer le jeune entre 2012 et 2013, non 2000, 1912 et 1913, un grand peintre également. Matisse, il a vécu une année ici. Il a peint une peinture, la chambre, je pense, 35. On a dit parmi les trésors de l'humanité. Normalement, là, on est dans un endroit qui est un endroit spécial et un endroit très, très important. Et Matisse, il a vécu ici à Tanger. Et je peux vous assurer qu'un jour, j'ai rencontré une personne, quand je lui ai dit que j'étais de Tanger, il m'a dit Matisse. Quand on parle de Tanger, on parle de Matisse. Alors, je reviens au sujet scientifique. Le sujet est très, très important et très, très. Je ne vais pas, comme il l'a si très bien dit, monsieur le parlementaire, tout à l'heure, il a parlé de l'eau et l'importance de l'eau. C'est devenu quelque chose de. Sa Majesté le Roi il parlait de ça, mais d'avant. Il a parlé de l'importance de la problématique de l'eau au Maroc. Donc, je félicite les chercheurs, les experts qui travaillent sur ce domaine. Moi, je suis le directeur de l'INSA de Tétouan. Donc, à l'INSA de Tétouan, on a beaucoup de filières dans le domaine de l'IT, de l'embarqué, de l'intelligence artificielle, du digital. Donc, je pense qu'on doit travailler avec les chercheurs dans le domaine de l'eau parce que je pense que l'avenir pour optimiser, on doit passer par l'intelligence artificielle. Je ne vais pas tarder. Je vous souhaite une bonne réussite de l'événement et je félicite encore une fois Chourak et Monsieur le directeur et je félicite les organisateurs pour la qualité de l'organisation. Merci.
Thank you. We have Dr. Sharafat Fail. Sorry about the pronunciation. Former minister in charge of water and former water and climate expert. Thank
much, sir. Je suis très heureuse, me réjouis de part à ce symposium, les organisateurs et toutes les institutions qui ont été derrière l'organisation de ce symposium s'impose de plus magnifique. Je viens de découvrir cette magnifique place, native de la ville à côté de Tanger. Elle s'attache à cette ville. Je peux affirmer que Tanger nous a devancé de loin. De là, cette ville devient de plus carrefour, un fort d'innovation. Donc, bravo. Donc, nous sommes en train de parler de la problématique. Faire en sorte que le secteur de parle de problématique a bénéficié d'un tel intérêt. وضرتنا في cette année de battre, il y a des problématiques, des modes pour accompagner notre pays à faire la crise que commencer. L'année a été heureuse et il faut que le Maroc se prépare de développe également pour faire face à cette crise qui que de commencer vers de climat. Nous sommes en train de climatologue appelle qui n'est pas incertain et la monnaie pour le nouveau climat qui affronte le Maroc. Et actuellement, avec tous les efforts, voyez, les ressources, avec toute la bonne volonté de l'agenda international, il y a encore d'un manque d'accès, d'un accès non sécurisé à la ressource. Et on fait une évaluation d'agenda maintenant entre la supervision, monitoring des indicateurs, mais mettre en lumière comme quoi les indicateurs relatifs à l'accès à l'eau potable n'avancent pas, mais plutôt certains indicateurs régressent. Régressent pourquoi régressent? Parce que le monde affronte un choc hydrique. On doit trouver des moyens pour filer avec. En même temps, il y a 1 milliard de personnes également à travers le monde qui plongent dans le noir malgré le. Nous avons encore des un accès à la ressource énergétique. Ça, d'une part. D'autre part, on parle de l'eau pas, pas uniquement comme une ressource nécessaire pour l'humain et pour le système, mais comme une rôle déterminant, principalement. Maintenant, l'ODD est placé au centre du cercle où les autres ODD relatifs à de l'ODD, l'accès à l'eau détermine l'accès à la santé, l'accès à l'éducation, l'accès à l'énergie, l'accès aussi à l'éducation, l'accès à la gender equality, l'égalité entre femmes. 12 autres indicateurs sont à la présence. On n'analyse pas uniquement la ressource indispensable pour l'humain et aussi également comme déterminant pour l'aboutissement, la réalisation de notre droit de notre l'alimentation. Donc, il faut transcender cette analyse sectorielle cloisonnée pour connecter le secteur avec d'autres secteurs et bâtir, asseoir nouvelles stratégies et principes de l'énergie. Nous sommes en train maintenant de parler de l'innovation. L'innovation est très importante pour pouvoir développer de nouvelles solutions basées sur amis et propres et qui n'apportent pas préjudice à l'écosystème. Et nous posons à la table le couplage avec le. Et croyez-moi que c'est nous sommes toujours en train d'agir de manière cloisonnée et on prend le monde de l'innovation. Et effectivement, il y a de bons laboratoires, des facultés, startups, mais ça est avec les leaders là, avec les policy makers. On a une pas connexion, rapprochement entre le monde et nos laboratoires Ça d'une part. D'autre part aussi, quelle est la part du domaine de la recherche et de l'innovation dans nos budgets au Maroc? Est-ce qu'effectivement la recherche bénéficie par public? Est-ce que le budget alloué notamment affordable, affordable abordable pour pouvoir scale up العوب أو pour pouvoir dépasser le monde de start-up ou un monde beaucoup plus grande échelle. L'engagement du public pour pouvoir construire des solutions. Les chercheurs, par leurs travaux, peuvent aboutir à des brevets et un manque d'optation, travaux de recherche au niveau. Prenons par exemple le secteur des dessalement qui davantage à être déployé au niveau de littoral, à recourir de plus en plus à la technologie face à assurer. Et quelle est la place de dessalement? Nous sommes entièrement dépendants des technologies importées. Donc, moi, je me souviens quand j'étais aux commandes, une simple défaillance au niveau du fonctionnement, attendre de Brésil. Nous sommes fortement dépendants de la dépendance technologique. Quelle est la place aussi de dessalement de la souveraineté? Si on parle de souveraineté, il ne suffit pas uniquement de stocker de l'eau dans des barrages ou des stations de dessalement, c'est un qu'il faut sécuriser et qu'il faut développer et qu'il faut encourager effectivement les investisseurs, le tissu, pour qu'ils pas développer. Je connais plein de projets de recherche qui ont été développés dans les laboratoires d'université, dans des startups, mais là, malheureusement, ils sont restés dans un petit échelle. Il n'y a pas vraiment de cooptation pour qu'ils puissent passer à grande échelle. Cette faillance ou là, ce maillon faible de toute la chaîne de valeur, il faut quand même que le chercheur sorte de son laboratoire et le ouvre également sur les chercheurs pour pouvoir assurer la continuité de la recherche un monde industriel. Parce que, effectivement, la sécurité hydrique ou la souveraineté hydrique, ce n'est pas de stocker de l'eau dans le barrage, dans des nappes phréatiques. Il faut créer un écosystème favorable à une souveraineté industrielle. Il faut développer également le monde industriel marocain pour pouvoir s'intéresser à la technologie de dessalement. Il faut aussi créer des conditions d'incitation fiscale pour que les hommes d'affaires, les investisseurs s'intéressent à la technologie de l'eau, et que le rôle de cet événement qu'on puisse assurer une souveraineté hydrique à grande échelle, pas uniquement en termes de la ressource. Maintenant, on parle le rôle, le rôle effectivement des instituts comme l'ICSI, que je félicite pour l'organisation de cet événement, pour connecter les experts, les chercheurs, les académiciens, éventuellement les décideurs avec nous, le Parlement et aussi la région. Je pense que les collectivités territoriales ont de la main ont ont un rôle très important à jouer. Il faut effectivement connecter les décideurs politiques avec le monde de la recherche et développement. Excusez-moi, je n'ai pas préparé mon rôle. Je voulais partager avec vous ces idées-là pour pouvoir donner plus d'éclaircissement à ce sujet. Et merci encore une fois.
Thank you. Okay, we have Dr. Rabi El Khamlish from the Director General of Services for this region.
very much. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-nour. Madame l'ex-ministre chargée de l'eau, Madame la directrice de développement et la coordinatrice de SYMPOSIUM, parlementaire et le vice-président de la Chambre de commerce d'industrie, Messieurs les représentants des institutions nationales et internationales, Messieurs les chercheurs, universitaires et partenaires, chers participants. C'est avec un grand plaisir que je prends la parole aujourd'hui au nom du Conseil de l'Union à l'occasion de ce international sur l'innovation en dessalement solaire et gestion de l'eau, organisé ici à Tanger, autour d'une thématique très importante, système d'eau, intelligente et durable, l'innovation, l'économie circulaire, la résilience climatique et la paix. À saluer le contre international ainsi que l'ensemble des institutions qui sont réunies aujourd'hui autour d'un sujet central pour l'avenir de notre territoire. Entre la recherche, l'innovation, les politiques publiques, comme l'a bien dit Madame la ministre, également l'opportunité de rapprocher les avancées scientifiques des besoins concrets des citoyens, des agriculteurs, merci, des industriels et toutes les parties prenantes. Pour la région de Tanger-Tétouan-Hussima, la question de l'eau n'est pas seulement une question technique. Il est au cœur de la planification territoriale, de l'équité spatiale et de la compétitivité économique. C'est dans ce sens que le Conseil de la région a placé la gestion durable des ressources naturelles, l'adaptation climatique et la transition écologique au cœur de son plan d'action. Le plan de développement régional 2022-2027 constitue à cet égard un cadre structurant. Il comporte 233 projets pour une enveloppe budgétaire globale d'environ 19 milliards de dirhams, dont la contribution du Conseil de la région est d'environ 7 milliards de dirhams. Au sein de ce programme, l'axe relatif au développement durable, intégré et inclusion occupe une place centrale. Il regroupe 54 projets pour une enveloppe globale d'environ 3,75 milliards de dirhams, visant à renforcer la durabilité et la résilience territoriale à travers plusieurs projets, notamment l'amélioration de la gestion des ressources naturelles, la protection contre les inondations et l'adaptation aux effets de changement climatique. Pour les réalisations et les actions concrètes, il convient de citer beaucoup de projets d'assainissement liquide au sein des villes, la mise en place des stations monoblocs pour le dessalement de l'eau de mer et des projets de protection contre les inondations. Mesdames et messieurs, dans un souci d'intégration, et ça c'est un aspect très important en matière de l'action de développement. L'approche Wi-Fi Nexus, eau, énergie, alimentation et écosystème représente pour notre région un cadre particulièrement pertinent. Elle permet de décloisonner les politiques publiques, de mieux articuler les investissements, de réduire les conflits d'usage et d'optimiser les ressources disponibles. Le projet régional Wi-Fi Nexus au niveau du système Locus Barrage Ouad al-Makhazine illustre parfaitement cette ambition. C'est un projet concret qu'il s'agit d'une initiative structurante qui relaie la gestion de l'eau, la mobilisation de l'énergie verte, l'agriculture, la protection de l'écosystème ainsi que la gouvernance territoriale. L'étude de faisabilité actuellement menée avec l'appui de notre partenaire GWP-MED pour un montant d'environ 300 000 $, ce qui témoigne l'importance des partenariats internationaux dans la production des solutions territoriales innovantes et opérationnelles. Cette initiative s'inscrit pleinement dans l'ordre du jour de ce symposium. Par la suite, mon ami, mon collègue Hicham Bouziane, directeur de planification et de développement au sein du Conseil, va développer plus d'idées à propos de ce projet concret. Mesdames et messieurs, la réussite des politiques de l'eau ne dépend pas uniquement de la construction des infrastructures. Elle dépend également et largement de notre capacité de mieux gouverner, mieux planifier, mieux financer et aussi mieux innover. Ainsi, la région de Tanger-Tétouan-Hussima considère que les solutions de demain doivent être à la fois scientifiques, territoriales et institutionnelles. Et pour conclure, je voudrais affirmer l'engagement du Conseil de la région de Tanger-Tétouan-Hussima à poursuivre son action en faveur d'une gestion durable, équitable et innovante de l'eau. Nous sommes prêts à renforcer nos partenariats avec les institutions nationales, les universités, les écoles d'ingénieurs, bien évidemment, les centres de recherche, les collectivités, les opérateurs économiques et toutes les parties prenantes afin de transformer les idées en projets, les projets en investissements et les investissements en un impact durable sur notre territoire et nos citoyens. Je vous remercie infiniment pour votre attention et espère plein succès à votre œuvre. Merci infiniment.
Thank you. Okay. We have the Strategic Director of Science Policy Platform, Dr. Khalid Rifi Temsamani. Thank you.
Salam alaikum. Rahim. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier le directeur Serradi et Madame Aïcha pour leur aimable invitation, hospitalité, l'honneur que vous nous avez fait pour être parmi vous. Merci beaucoup et félicitations pour cet excellent colloque et la thématique traitée. Et après cela, je voudrais aussi dire bonjour à tous les amis que j'ai ici autour de la table. Comme ça, je ne rallonge pas beaucoup. Mesdames et messieurs, les chercheurs, les doctorants chercheurs, qui ont le plus à cœur ici, et les chercheurs, c'est vous le futur. Je voudrais prendre la parole pour quelques minutes, mais je voudrais tout d'abord rebondir sur ce qu'a dit Madame la Ministre, et ça c'est très très important parce qu'elle m'a ouvert l'appétit sur un sujet qui me tient à cœur depuis toujours, c'est que le fait que certains indicateurs relatifs à l'eau, en eau notamment, qui rentrent dans le cadre des ODD, des objectifs de développement durable que vous connaissez tous, un peu partout dans le monde, on n'y arrive pas. De 2030. Et ça, associé à un autre cadre onusien des Nations Unies, qui est celui du Sendai Framework, Sendai sur la réduction des risques de désastre. The Risk Reduction of the Sendai Framework. Les deux cadres onusiens, قبل ما يجي 2015 l'accord de Paris. Donc, on a mis en place, Madame la Ministre, des indicateurs de l'eau, mais indépendamment des changements du climat. On est d'accord. Et c'est pour cela qu'on a toujours dit, maintenant, il est temps que les décideurs, que les négociateurs alignent ou cherchent à aligner les deux cadres onusiens sur le troisième onusien qui est l'accord de Paris. Et dans l'accord de Paris, il a dit le climat va commencer à changer, mais très rapidement. Et du coup, avec ce changement, ce dérèglement, avec les indicateurs par les Nations Unies, pour l'indicateur l'ODD 6, on ne va pas y arriver. Donc, alignement. Elle m'a ouvert l'appétit, Madame la Ministre, elle a évoqué un sujet qui est très très important. Donc, alors, mesdames et messieurs, les représentants des institutions publiques et privées, c'est pour moi un honneur et un réel plaisir de prendre la parole à l'occasion de la deuxième édition du Symposium international sur les innovations en dessalement solaire. Gestion de l'eau organisée à la ville de Tanger, qui est ma ville natale, je suis de Tanger, une ville de rencontre entre les continents, les cultures et les idées. Et l'hôtel dans lequel nous nous trouvons, ça a été dit tout à l'heure, c'est un hôtel historique de Tanger, où il y a une chambre historique dans cet hôtel-là, où il y a des tableaux de peinture historique par le peintre Matisse, qui est resté bloqué pendant une dizaine de jours à Tanger parce que quand charqué, le bateau m'a kharj, et il a peint des tableaux de peinture les plus célèbres dans le monde, qui, je suppose, il y a encore quelques presque ici dans cette espace, c'est moi. Donc c'est vraiment l'histoire. Alors, voilà. Donc aujourd'hui, mesdames et messieurs, la question de l'eau dépasse largement les dimensions techniques et sectorielles, comme je viens de dire tout à l'heure. Elle se trouve au cœur des défis liés au changement climatique, à la sécurité alimentaire, donc le nexus dont on a parlé tout à l'heure, à la santé publique, à la croissance économique, à la stabilité sociale et même à la paix entre les nations. transboundary waters, et Jawad, les eaux transfrontalières. C'est un grand problème diplomatique. Et on a deux experts dans la diplomatie de l'eau ici sur la table. Selon les projections internationales, les effets du changement climatique accentueront la pression sur les ressources hydriques, ça a été dit tout à l'heure, dans de nombreuses régions du monde, notamment dans le bassin méditerranéen où nous sommes dans un hotspot climatique ici. Et le Maroc, comme de nombreux pays de la région, fait déjà face à des épisodes prolongés de sécheresse, à une baisse des précipitations, à une augmentation de la demande en eau, ça a été dit, à l'urbanisation, l'agriculture et au développement économique. Et tant qu'il y aura de la bétonisation de nos villes et de nos grandes villes, اسمنت في المدن الكبيرة راه غادي يكون هذا المشكل de l'eau. Et attendez-vous à ce que la situation va s'empirer si les décideurs territoriaux et urbanistes ne optent pas pour l'augmentation d'espaces verts dans nos villes. Alhamdulillah, la ville de Tanger, la ville de Rabat, c'est des villes où la verdure, alhamdulillah, moujouda, et ça c'est très très important pour le citoyen. Alors le contexte marocain illustre parfaitement l'urgence, mais également les opportunités de transformation que nous offre aujourd'hui le secteur de l'eau. Le Maroc figure parmi les pays les plus vulnérables au stress hydrique dans la région méditerranéenne. Je ne vous cacherai pas qu'on est passé d'une disponibilité par habitant de 2500 mètres cubes par an dans les années 60 à moins de 600 mètres cubes par an par habitant actuellement. Certaines régions, même un peu moins que 600 mètres cubes. Au cours des dernières années, le Royaume du Maroc a connu une succession d'années de sécheresse avec une baisse en moyenne de 20% des précipitations. Cette situation exerce une pression croissante sur les ressources conventionnelles, les barrages, les nappes souterraines et les écosystèmes. Face à ces défis, le Maroc a engagé une transformation ambitieuse de sa politique de l'eau à travers le Programme national d'approvisionnement en eau potable 2020-2027, mobilisant plus de 143 milliards de dirhams d'investissement. Dessalement de l'eau de mer constitue désormais, donc c'est l'objet de notre colloque aujourd'hui, un pilier stratégique de cette politique, avec un objectif de dépasser 1,7 milliard de mètres cubes d'eau dessalée par an à l'horizon 2030. Cette ambition est étroitement liée au développement des énergies renouvelables. Bon, vous connaissez l'objectif 2030, 52%, etc. Je ne vais pas trop m'allonger là-dessus. Mais plus encore, le Royaume dispose d'atouts exceptionnels pour devenir un acteur majeur de l'économie mondiale de l'hydrogène vert. Donc l'hydrogène vert, j'espère que durant la journée, on en parlera un petit peu, parce que finalement, on fait du dessalement, il y a la ressource qui diminue, et si je veux produire de l'hydrogène vert, vous savez qu'il faut faire de l'électrolyse de l'eau. Donc en tant que chimiste, je peux vous dire très rapidement que c'est casser la molécule d'eau pour avoir de l'hydrogène et de l'oxygène en utilisant de l'énergie. Et alors, si on veut faire ça, il faut utiliser de l'eau pure, et l'eau pure, nous, on en a besoin d'autre chose. Donc l'hydrogène vert, il faut vraiment... un papier qui va sortir, Inch'Allah, bientôt, c'est qu'il faut associer le dessalement à utiliser de l'eau dessalée pour l'agriculture, ou d'abord la troisième composante, si les décideurs le veulent bien, pour produire de l'hydrogène vert. Donc ça, c'est un appel qu'on va sortir dans une publication, Inch'Allah, bientôt. Le Maroc ambitionne de devenir une plateforme de production de cet hydrogène vert et de ses dérivés vers l'Europe et l'Afrique. Il y a l'ammoniac et tout le reste. Donc vraiment, le potentiel dessalement solaire, hydrogène, il faut voir que ça fait l'hydrogène parce que c'est important. Alors, le dessalement par les énergies renouvelables apparaît ainsi comme un maillon essentiel de cette nouvelle économie verte. Il permettra simultanément de sécuriser l'approvisionnement en eau potable des populations, etc. Et, comme je viens de dire, les futures filières de l'hydrogène vert. Alors, je vais essayer d'aller vite. Face à cette réalité, nous devons changer notre manière de penser et de gérer l'eau. Ça a été dit par Mme Sharafat. L'eau ne peut plus être considérée comme une ressource abondante que l'on exploite et que l'on rejette. Elle doit être intégrée dans une logique d'économie circulaire où chaque goutte d'eau est valorisée, réutilisée et préservée. Je me rappelle, il y a à peu près 7-8 ans de cela, avec Sijawad, on était à Sharm el-Sheikh, tu te rappelles? Il y avait un ministre, Wazir el-Filaha, si tu te rappelles, Sharm el-Sheikh, il nous avait dit donc une goutte d'eau, elle est réutilisée 3 fois en Égypte parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'eau. Ils sont à 140 mètres cubes par habitant par an. 600. Et donc, ça veut dire qu'ils donnent de l'importance à la goutte d'eau. Et ça, c'est très, très important. Il est temps que nous aussi, on commence à réfléchir comme ça. Alors, le dessalement solaire représente aujourd'hui une opportunité stratégique particulièrement prometteuse. L'association entre les technologies de dessalement et les énergies renouvelables permettent non seulement d'augmenter la disponibilité de l'eau, mais également de réduire l'empreinte carbone du secteur hydrique. Là aussi, c'est encore une autre question très importante. Notre empreinte carbone, que ce soit individuellement ou là dans le secteur public, privé, mais aussi industriel, il faut qu'on la repense. Actuellement, vous soumettez un projet pour financement par la finance climat, par exemple. Si vous ne mettez pas des indicateurs liés à l'empreinte carbone, vous n'avez aucun financement. Le basmal carbonier, c'est très important. Donc, le dessalement solaire, c'est une technologie qui, effectivement, en principe, je dis bien en principe, se fait avec une très, très basse valeur de carbone produite durant ce processus-là. Alors, nous devons également investir dans la gouvernance, dans la recherche scientifique, ça a été dit, dans la formation des compétences et dans les renforcements des partenariats entre universités et entreprises, ça a été dit, je ne vais pas répéter ça. La transformation numérique aussi offre également des possibilités inédites, l'intelligence artificielle, les capteurs intelligents. Oui, c'est ça. Hier, on était dans un colloque à Rabat sur les khattara au niveau des Dra'at. Et on a un projet dans le pipe où aujourd'hui, pour réhabiliter les khattara, on ne peut plus compter sur des technologies qui étaient très anciennes, mais on va numériser, il faut numériser, utiliser des capteurs surtout pour voir où arrive l'eau et où est-ce qu'elle va aller. Donc, il faut suivre par des capteurs, donc le numérique, les satellites, les drones, etc. Toute cette technologie LIUM peut être utilisée dans des technologies qui sont anciennes, sont millénaires. Je vais rapidement finir. Mesdames et messieurs, le thème de cette édition Smart and Sustainable Water Systems, Innovation, Circular Economy, Climate Resilience and Peace reflète parfaitement cette vision intégrée dont nous avons besoin aujourd'hui. Je suis convaincu que les échanges scientifiques des débats et les partenariats qui naîtront au cours de ce symposium contribueront à faire émerger des solutions concrètes capables d'améliorer l'accès à l'eau, renforcer la résilience des territoires et soutenir une croissance plus durable. Permettez-moi enfin d'adresser mes encouragements particuliers aux jeunes chercheurs et doctorants présents parmi nous. L'avenir de la sécurité hydrique mondiale dépendra en grande partie de votre créativité, de votre engagement et de votre capacité à transformer la connaissance scientifique en solutions opérationnelles au service des populations. Je voudrais conclure par une conviction simple. Dans un monde marqué par l'incertitude climatique, bien l'incertitude climatique, donc tout ce qu'on veut faire, toutes les politiques publiques, les conseil régional, politique de la ville, au niveau du gouvernement, des ministères, si vous ne prenez pas compte des tahawulat al-monakhiya qui sont là, qui sont imposés, tous les calculs qu'on va faire risquent de ne pas être justes. Très très important le kalam hada et doit devenir un facteur d'innovation et de coopération. Les solutions existent, les technologies progressent, les connaissances s'accumulent. Notre responsabilité collective est désormais d'accélérer leur mise en œuvre afin de garantir aux générations futures un accès durable, équitable et sécurisé à cette ressource. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous un excellent symposium des échanges fructueux et de nouvelles collaborations porteuses d'impact. Désolé d'avoir été long. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Leads me on to Mr. Hisham, the Director of ENSI. Thank you, sir.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مرحبا بكم. Mesdames et messieurs, Excellence Madame Sharafat Atilal, ancienne ministre chargée de l'eau et expert en climat, Monsieur Hussein Ben Tayeb, membre de la Chambre des représentants et vice-président de la Chambre de commerce, d'industrie et de service, de la région Tanger-Tétouan et Houssima, Monsieur Rabi' Al-Khamnichi, directeur général des services de conseil de la région de Tanger-Tétouan et Houssima, Monsieur le professeur Kamal Rklaoui, directeur de l'École nationale des sciences appliquées de Tétouan, Monsieur Ali Mchita Mouhsin, doyen de la faculté polydisciplinaire de l'Arache, Monsieur le professeur Jawad El Kharraz, le président directeur général du réseau d'experts d'eau, énergie et climat, WESEN, Monsieur le directeur Khalid Rifit Tamtamani, donc directeur stratégique de la plateforme Sciences et politiques publiques pour le climat, et Monsieur le docteur Anwar Abdelhakim Boudhir, président de l'association MED ISSD. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, les représentants des institutions partenaires, chers conférenciers, chercheurs, enseignants, doctorantes, étudiantes, chers invités, c'est avec un immense plaisir que je vous souhaite au nom de l'École des nouvelles sciences et ingénierie INSI la bienvenue à Tanger pour la deuxième édition du Symposium international sur les innovations et dessalement solaire et en gestion d'eau. Donc, votre présence aujourd'hui, venant du Maroc, des Royaumes-Unis, de la France, de l'Espagne, de la Jordanie, du Pakistan, donc partenaires témoins que l'importance croissante de la collaboration scientifique internationale pour relever les défis liés à l'eau, à l'énergie et au changement climatique. Cette deuxième édition s'inscrit dans la continuité du succès de la première, confirme la volonté de l'INSI est de devenir un espace privilégié de dialogue scientifique, d'innovation et de coopération internationale. Le thème retenu cette année, Smart and Sustainable Water System Innovation, Circular Economy, Climate Resilience and Peace, reflète parfaitement les enjeux auxquels nos sociétés sont confrontées. Aujourd'hui, la sécurité hydrique n'est plus uniquement une question technique, elle constitue un enjeu stratégique de développement, de stabilité, de paix face au changement climatique, à la croissance démocratique et la pression sur les ressources naturelles. Nous devons imaginer ensemble des solutions innovantes, accessibles et durables. L'innovation ne peut produire au plein impact que lorsqu'il est porté par des partenariats solides entre les universités, les centres de recherche, les entreprises, les décideurs publics et les organisations internationales. C'est précisément l'ambition de ce symposium. Durant ces 2 journées, nous aurons le privilège d'écouter des experts renommés internationaux, de découvrir des travaux scientifiques de grande qualité, d'échanger autour de technologies émergentes et de renforcer les collaborations entre nos institutions. Donc, les sessions consacrées au dessalement solaire, à l'intelligence artificielle, aux infrastructures hybrides et résilientes, à la gouvernance de l'eau, alimentation, ainsi que des ateliers sur la valorisation de la recherche illustrent parfaitement cette ambition. Donc, à l'INSI, nous sommes convaincus que les écoles d'ingénieurs ont aujourd'hui une responsabilité qui dépasse la... Ils doivent produire des connaissances, développer des innovations utiles, accompagner les politiques publiques, former les talents de demain et contribuer activement au développement durable de nos territoires. C'est pourquoi l'INSI investit pleinement dans la recherche, l'innovation, les partenariats internationaux, le transfert technologique, la formation d'une nouvelle génération d'ingénieurs capables de répondre aux défis du futur. Mais ma profonde gratitude à l'ensemble de nos partenaires institutionnels, scientifiques qui ont contribué au succès à cette édition. Donc, ces remerciements s'adressent aux membres de comités scientifiques, d'organisations, invités, aux modérateurs et aux auteurs, aux bénévoles et à l'ensemble des participants pour leur précieuse contribution, la direction de recherche, développement et innovation. Donc, je souhaite à tous et à tous un excellent symposium, un agréable séjour dans la ville de Tanger et je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Very much, Mr. Hisham. Okay, we have representing the Mediterranean Association of Sciences and Sustainable Development, Dr. Anwar Abdul Hakim Budir. I hope that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alors, salam alaikum. Bonjour tout le monde. Très ravi d'être parmi vous dans ce symposium. Et dans cette occasion, je pour l'invitation. Également, pas de la thématique qui regroupe l'eau, l'énergie. J'avais le stage, mon stage, station dessalement de la mer à la Yonne. Et là, on voit vraiment cette liaison entre l'eau et l'énergie. Alors, imaginez que vraiment la consommation d'énergie, c'était aux alentours de... Il y avait vraiment une tension à cette station et vraiment pour mètre carré, mètre cube. Vraiment, on voit vraiment la liaison. Vraiment, le choix est vraiment, pas vraiment très, très félicitations par rapport à cela. Pareil, un petit mot. Et mesdames et messieurs, Excellence, invités, honneur, chers collègues, chers participants et doctorants, au nom de l'Association Méditerranée des sciences et du développement durable, je tiens à remercier chaleureusement nos distingués et intervenants, participants et partenaires pour leur présence et leur attention à cet événement scientifique d'envergure internationale. Que vraiment, en collaboration, on avait l'occasion de travailler ensemble sur une conférence sur le développement durable. Là, on est dedans, on est dans le développement durable, là où l'eau et l'énergie sont des piliers de développement durable. Je vais également exprimer ma profonde reconnaissance à notre partenaire académique NC. Notre collaboration particulièrement dynamique repose sur une vision commune d'excellence en matière de recherche, d'innovation et de développement durable. L'INSI illustre par son leader remarquable dans des domaines stratégiques que la technologie voit l'implication dans l'eau et l'énergie renouvelable. L'eau et l'énergie sont deux piliers de tout développement durable. L'eau est source de vie, l'énergie est le moteur de progrès économique et technologique. Aujourd'hui, ces deux ressources vitales font face à des défis sans précédent liés au changement climatique, à la croissance démographique et à l'augmentation des besoins. Relever des défis exige non seulement une excellence scientifique, mais aussi une collaboration interdisciplinaire. C'est dans ce contexte que l'informatique et l'intelligence artificielle jouent un rôle transformateur via la science de données, les jumeaux numériques, les systèmes intelligents, l'IoT révolutionne la manière dont nous surveillons les ressources en eau, optimisant les procédés de dessalement, améliorant l'efficacité énergétique, prévoyant les défaillances des infrastructures et appuyant la prise de décision fondée sur des preuves. Les technologies numériques deviennent des outils essentiels pour bâtir des systèmes d'eau et d'énergie résilients et durables. Le symposium est bien plus qu'une rencontre scientifique. C'est une plateforme d'échange, de coopération, d'innovation où chercheurs, ingénieurs, décideurs, industriels unissent leurs efforts pour concevoir des solutions concrètes aux enjeux de notre société. Je formule le vœu de ces 2 jours, bien 2 journées, soient riches en discussions inspirantes, en nouvelles collaborations et en idées innovantes au service d'un avenir plus durable pour nos communautés. Je vous remercie chaleureusement pour votre présence, votre engagement et vos précieuses contributions. Je vous souhaite un symposium fructueux et un agréable séjour à Tanger. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have the CEO and founder of the Water, Energy, Climate Expert Network, Mr. El Kharaz Jawad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. صباح الخير عليكم. J'ai préparé une allocution en anglais, donc ça permettra peut-être de reconnecter avec les invités de Pakistan, de la Jordanie, d'autres, entre autres. Mr. President of NC, C. Radi, Excellencies, distinguished guests, representative of the Parliament, of the Conseil de la Région, Excellency, former Minister, and all the directors and colleagues, PhD and master students, and eminent scientists representing 7 participating countries. It's an absolute honor to stand here today in this historic Hotel of Tanger, as was described earlier by my colleagues, opening what promises to be a transformative 2 days of scientific exchange. I would like to express my deepest gratitude and thanks to the host institution, École des Nouvelles Sciences et Ingénierie, ANSI. I want to specifically recognize ANSI's president, Mr. Hisham Radi, for his visionary leadership, and Dr. Aisha Shuraq, Director of Research and Development and Innovation, for her stellar coordination of this international platform. This is not the first activity. I'm really congratulating you for your dynamism. Looking at the room today, I must congratulate the organizing committee on the exceptional quality of both the program and the participants. Bringing together the minds from Morocco, Jordan, UK, France, Spain, Pakistan, and Cyprus is a testament of the global relevance of our shared mission. It's also a personal pleasure for me today as we formalize the partnership between WESN and NC, ensuring our shared commitment to regional climate innovation. Distinguished colleagues, the theme of this year's symposium, Smart and Sustainable Water Systems, Innovation, Circular Economy, Climate Resilience and Peace, couldn't be more urgent. Living through an unprecedented climate reality, my colleague, Dr. already explained that, where water is no longer a distant, an imminent or immediate economic and social challenge. Achieving true water resilience requires a profound paradigm shift. Desalination must transition from its traditional historical role as a municipal backup option into a strategic climate independent cornerstone of our regional food, water, and energy security. To do this sustainably, we must focus on 3 critical dimensions over the next, I believe, these 2 days of discussion. First, decoupling from fossil fuels. As a state-of-the-art seawater RO, or reverse osmosis, drives energy consumption down to commercial levels of 2.7, 2.9 kilowatt-hour per cubic meter. So we are getting closer to the thermodynamic limit, which is 1.05. Our next operational horizon must look toward practical minimum of 1.5 hour using advanced configurations. By completely powering the system with our world record low solar and wind capacity. As we know all, Morocco is accelerating in its energy transition, and we have this ambitious target of 52% of renewables in the mix by 2030, and we have the lowest cost of electricity from renewables, so that's an enabler of this transformation. So we insulate water security from fossil fuel price shocks, as we saw recently in the Hormuz Strait. Second, water energy food nexus in agriculture, as mentioned already by Mr. Sirabia. In agriculture, desalination for irrigation currently sits at a negligible fraction globally. We're talking about 2-3%. In Spain, our neighbors are using like 21% of desalinated water for irrigation. In countries like Morocco, where groundwater over-exploitation is severe, we have the seawater intrusion, we have many other challenges associated to that. Scaling up decentralized solar-powered desalination for high-value agriculture is our only path to safeguarding fragile aquifers. We have this case study of Shuka Eitbaha desalination plant, which is producing now 275,000 cubic meters per day, and we're expanding to 400 very soon. And this is a unique project because we are doing la mutualisation des usages. We are producing water for drinking, but also for irrigation. And as mentioned by Professor Khalid, we also envisage in the future to have another use, which is green hydrogen or green ammonia, etc. This is probably we will have the chance to discuss this more in depth. And in this regard, I mean, in Shtuka Aitbaha, so it's not only innovation in engineering, but also innovation in financing. So how could we really gather do the financing engineering to finance this kind of project? Just to tell you that desalination was very controversial in the past. Now is not anymore that's controversial, because if we deal with the carbon footprint using renewable like solar energy, if we deal with environmental impact, which is mainly the brine, if we deal to how we need, I mean, if we handle the brine in a way to valorize it or to just to dispose it according to the standard, actually we are contributing to making it sustainable. And the third, as I say, the green hydrogen loop, as we position the region as a green energy exporter, we must remember that every single kilogram of green hydrogen is requiring exactly 9 liters of pure water, ultra pure water, without counting the cooling water. And we must explicitly mandate the co-location of green hydrogen infrastructure with dedicated solar driving desalination to avoid straining municipal drinking water supplies. I think this is already embedded in the Moroccan offer of Maroc, which is led by Mazen. So Morocco is leading by example with a clear roadmap to secure 1.7 billion cubic meter of desalinated water by 2030, powered by clean energy. So all our desalination plants are now required to be powered by renewables. The plants that are in construction now in Casablanca, which is called to be the biggest in Africa, it will be fully powered by renewables. Not directly, but indirectly. We are building a wind farm in the south, in our Sahara, to generate the electricity needed by this infrastructure. And let us use the symposium, I believe, to move innovation out of the laboratory, as mentioned by Her Excellency Sharafat Failal. I mean, it's always a challenge to scale up what we develop in the laboratory at the research level to the commercial level. It takes, you know, a lot of things to achieve that. I believe the involvement of representatives from the government, from the industry, from the financial sector is vital to push this scale up. I wish you a highly productive symposium and fruitful network sessions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. That leads me nicely to our last speaker and the main organizer and chief person responsible for this wonderful event, Madam.
Thank you very much, Professor Nasser. So I will try to be as brief as possible. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. Excellency Mr. Hussein bin Tayyib, member of the House of Representative and Vice President, member of Commerce, Industry and Service of Tangier, Tetouan Al Husima. Professor Bennani Mshita Mohsin, thank you for accepting the invitation to be partner of us. Dean of the Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies of Lagash. Professor Kamal Reklawi, Director of National School of Applied Sciences and Technology of Tetouan, sorry. Mr. Sharafat Afilal, former Minister in charge of Water and Climate Expert. Mr. Rabi Al-Khamnishi, Director General, of course, of, sorry, Director General of the General Services of Tangier Tetouan Al Husima, Professor Khalid Rifit Msamani, Strategic, of course, Director of Scientific Policy and Climate Platform, Mr. Anwar Abdel Hakim Budhiri, member of the MEDI ISSD Association, Professor Jawad Al Kharraz, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Water Energy Climate, Professor Hisham Radi, Director of NC. Thank you very much. So distinguished representative of universities, of course, public institutions, companies, good morning to you all. So with deep gratitude and great humility, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you today to this second International Symposium on Water Desalination and Water Management. So here in this beautiful city of Tangier, organized, of course, in collaboration of the FPL and also the MEDI ISSD Association. So this year, of course, we choose as a thematic smart and sustainable water system, innovation, circular economy, which is very important. We talk about that today, climate resilience, and also peace due to all the geopolitical problems that we have in the Middle East. So at this time, when water scarcity, as you know, is growing, global water demand, which is projected to be by 2050, 30%, and also climate change are among the defining global challenges of our century. So looking around this room, we are seeing so many experts, distinguished, of course, researchers, also industry and policymakers from different countries, and both inspiring and encouraging from different countries, like you can see from France, Spain, which are leading in European research projects in desalination, and also strategic water scarce region like Jordan, Pakistan, Cyprus, and also Morocco. So before discussing the future innovations of water desalination and water management, I believe it is very important to reflect some key facts about desalination. So many perceptions that exist 20 years ago are no longer valid today. So desalination has evolved dramatically, as Professor Raz says. Costs have fallen, of course, energy efficiency has improved, and particularly we see water reverse osmosis plants also, and environmental impact can be significantly, of course, reduced through responsible design, effective brine management, and integration of renewable energy. Of course, desalination is not only supplying drinking water, which is good tested, okay, and has a good quality, but it also supports agriculture and industry. Countries, for example, such as Morocco, investing heavily in this technology and are becoming one of the regional leaders in sustainable desalination, like also, of course, Spain, also country which is a pioneer also in desalination plants. We have with us today some speakers on that. I have visited so many plants in Las Palmas of Gran Canarias, and of course they are a leader in this technology also. Of course, desalination is not a universal solution, but it's become one of the most powerful tools. We have to address water scarcity, is a part of the puzzle, of course, to address water scarcity, to strain climate resilience, and to improve, of course, water security. So as a scientist, it's our responsibility to communicate these evidence-based facts and clearly help society to distinguish between, of course, outdated perception and the reality of modern desalination plants. So technology also is not enough. The success, of course, as we said, of desalination also depend on public trust, of course, and social acceptance. Today, millions of people already drink desalination water, for example, here in Morocco, in Al-Husima, but they didn't realize that they are drinking desalination water from desalination plants. So because scientific community has not always reached, of course, the public effectively. So that's why we need to move from reactive communication to proactive engagements through education, through research, social media, and transparency, of course, dialogue. So building trust is just also an important as developing the technology. Because informed community are essential of achieving long-term water security. So desalination research, as you know, is undergoing a major transformation, particularly in membrane desalination plants. Current efforts are developing next generation membrane with higher water permeability, improved salt reduction, greater durability, and also lower energy consumption. So looking ahead, the combination of advanced membrane materials, artificial intelligence, and also smart process optimization is expected to drive the next generation of sustainable desalination system, making freshwater production more energy efficient and environmentally friendly. That's why in this conference we have projected, three thematic special sessions. The first one, the next generation of solar desalination plants with different experts. Also, the second one, water security diplomacy and transboundary cooperation, the water energy food nexus, and the third one with climate resilient infrastructure, nature-based solution, and adaptive design from long-term security. So in the next also 2 days, we'll have, as you can see, 45 scientific contribution from different researchers and papers, 60 keynote speakers, 7 countries represented, 3 international workshops, as we will see, and 10 guests of honor and 4 parallel track regarding different thematics of PhD students, desalination and renewable energy, water resource climates, AI and smart water system, and finally emerging sustainable technologies with wastewater treatment, atmospheric water harvesting, etc. So as part of the symposium, also we are pleased to offer 2 international workshops designed to bridge research, innovation, and real-world impact. So the first workshop in collaboration with the Northumbria University, we are very grateful for them, to explore how to transform research into commercialization and successful innovation. The second workshop with Royal Scientific Society from Jordan, focus on advanced water treatment technology and high impact scientific publication together. So these workshops provide, of course, participants practical knowledge, international perspective, and valuable networking opportunities. Also, regarding the PhD students, we help them for the different publication of their article. In the first one, Springed Indexed Scopus series, Sustainable Landscape Planning, Natural Resources Management, and the second one with a special issue with the Professor Abdeltaif and Laknizi, and the first one also with the Professor Nzha. We are very grateful for her. She is with us today also. And the other one, also there is another opportunity with the different professors that are present with us today to participate in a book with different chapters integrating Explainer AI, NLP for Sustainable Smart City. So just a brief introduction about our institution, ENSI. ENSI is a private higher education institution committed to educate highly skilled engineers and managers who are equipped to address current future needs for regional socio-economic system. At ENSI, of course, we believe that university must go beyond the traditional role in education and become, of course, an actor of innovation and sustainable development. With more than 100 students and programs spanning from energy, industrial engineering, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and territorial governance, our objective is not only to train future professionals, also to connect research with real social and industrial needs. So through our research and development innovation division, we focus more on applied research aligned with key challenges as energy transition, water security, climate resilience, and digital transformation. So the real value of research, of course, is not to measure only by publication, but also to the ability, of course, to generate prototype, support industry, inform public policy, and to create tangible impact for community. So supported by different partnership across Africa, Europe, Latin America, and also increasing in the MENA region, we are working to strengthen this bridge between, of course, academia and practice. So allow me just briefly to share a few of examples of how applied research can contribute to more resilient, sustainable, and innovation-driven territory. One of the projects is that contribute to territorial resilience. It's Solar DESALINATION, coordinated by Patricia Valenzuela from Plataforma Solar of Almeria. And we are, of course, partner in these projects. I will let her to explain in detail today with us this project, which integrate desalination system into concentrated solar power plant to explore innovative brine reuse through microalgae production. So as you know, according to the International Energy Agency, cooling system and water desalination system are expected to become two of main driver electricity demand grow in the MENA region, representing nearly 40% of the increase of electricity by 2035. So that's why we are working in another project regarding developing and testing an innovative adiabatic cooling system based on lob air diffuser, combining experimental investigation with numerical simulation. And the system, of course, the objective is to improve the thermal comfort while reducing energy consumption and carbon emission. So this work also demonstrates how engineering innovation can support climate adaptation and provide scalable low energy cooling system for building, markets and public space in a warming world. So before finalizing, as we promote in NC scientific dissemination and international collaboration during this year, we have so many initiatives such as this symposium and otherwise in hydrogen, of course. And we have another one in September regarding renewable energies and also economy, finance and innovation in collaboration with Tunisia. So our ambition is simple: to transform research into impact and build stronger bridge between Africa, the Arab region, and also the international scientific community. So before concluding, I would like, of course, to express my gratitude to everyone who have contributed to the success of this symposium. My sincere thanks go, of course, to my co-chair, Professor Laknizi Azdin, Professor Abdel Taif, and Professor Shairi from the Faculty Pluridisciplinaire de l'Arrache, who will be joining us shortly, for their valuable support, commitment, and collaboration through the organization of these events. I would like also to extend my deep appreciation to the organizing committee, whose professionalism and dedication efforts behind the scene made the International Symposium possible. Also, I extend my gratitude to all of you, the professor, the researcher, for the scientific reviewing, of course, the PhD candidates, the students from the organizing committee, from NC, from FPL, and of course to General Directorate of NC for the strong commitment to support research, development, and innovation during these years. So finally, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, of course, invited guests, moderators, authors, partners, and participants for sharing, of course, their expertise and making this symposium a rich platform for scientific exchange and international collaboration. Thank you all for your attention, and I wish you a successful and effective symposium. I hope you will have, you will enjoy, your stay in Tangier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please join me in giving all our distinguished guests a very warm welcome once more. Thank you. Okay, so before we begin this scientific program, we are delighted to celebrate another important milestone for NC with the signing of 4 new strategic partnership agreements. These collaborations represent a shared commitment to academic excellence, international cooperation, and innovation. Together, they will strengthen research, promote academic mobility, encourage joint scientific projects and publications, support technology transfer, and create new opportunities for students, researchers, and future generations of innovators. And now invite Mr. Hisham, Director of NC, together with Dr. Sharuk. And our first signee is Professor Kamal Reklawi, Director of ENSA and Tetwan. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ensa and Ensi. Thank you. Okay, now can I ask Dr. Mohsin Banani Machita, Dean of Abdul Malik Isadi University and Larash. Thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Mohsin Manshita, Dean of Abdul Malik Isadi University of Larash and NC. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mohsin and Mr. Hisham. Okay, and the final collaboration is with Mr. El Kharaz Jouad, CEO and founder of Water Energy Climate Expert Network. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating all the partners on these important agreements. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And now to formally open our Symposium 2026, it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Ikram Ben Abdul Huab. I hope I pronounced that right. Of Abdul Malik Asada University, Tangier, who will chair the first session, which is Next Generation Solar Desalination, Circular Water Systems, and Digital Innovation for Sustainable Water Futures. Professor Ikram, the stage.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to special session
Do I have to share my presentation?
Hello. Good morning again. Sorry for this little technical issue. Welcome to the first special session of the second International Symposium on Innovations in Solar Desalination and Water Management. Without waiting more, we'll start with Dr. Patricia Valenzuela from PCA CIMAT institution in Spain. She's a permanent researcher at the Plataforma Solar de Almería. She holds a PhD from the University of Almería and specializes in integrating seawater desalination with concentrated solar power. Her research focuses on the modeling, simulation, and techno-economic assessments of hybrid facilities, sustainable water management, and brain valorization. Dr. Patricia, welcome.
Thank you everybody, and thank you for your introduction. Do I have to share my presentation? No.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you see it?
Not yet. No. Yes, we can see it now. Just need to make it in a full screen.
Now it's okay? Or
yes, we see the PowerPoint. Can you make it on full screen?
Yes. I don't know why I cannot do it.
Padre.
Sí.
Down on the
here,
right
no?
Yeah, go right,
no,
right.
Anna. Now it's okay, or?
No, go next to, there is a, next to the minus button, there is another button, press that. Down,
Here, in the play.
Down and right.
Here,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, bit down.
A ver, let's see.
Or,
But here where my mouse is, or not?
I mean, no. Try from the animaciones, and if you go there.
A ver, let's see again. Share my... And now here, no. Animaciones. I don't know.
Padre, if I can share my screen, maybe you could see, I don't know.
Patri, abajo del todo, a la derecha, los simbolillos, eso.
Pero sí que lo estoy diciendo abajo del todo, ¿no?
Intenta ponerlo en vez de pantalla, ponerlo como en un libro.
A ver, espérate, es que estoy compartiendo ventana, a lo mejor por eso, ¿no? ¿Es compartiendo pantalla completa?
No, compartiendo el documento.
Ya, pero compartiendo ventana, que eso es lo que estoy haciendo. No sé, pues es que siempre me ha dejado. A ver, aquí, ¿no?
It's
Bueno.
okay, Patricia. You can start your presentation like this.
Se la envío a Isa, te la envío a ti bueno, no sé. Es que no me deja hacerlo.
You can go to animaciones.
Yeah, but I'm clicking there and I cannot, I don't know why, I cannot go here to animaciones.
Padri,
Sí.
please try to take your mouse down where it has the minus and the plus, where you can, and next to the minus, there is, there is this button, all press F5, that's all.
Okay, we can start the presentation with you, Mr. Marius. If Patricia has a little technical issues.
I am fine. I think she's making another attempt. Patri, you want to try it or you want me go and then switch?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm having the problem is that I have to leave, so I have to present firstly, but I cannot do my presentation in presentation mode. I don't know why. Aisha, could I send you the presentation in PDF and can you share or well, I can share it in PDF.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
in PDF it's okay. You can do it.
Okay. Sorry. I have to. Okay. No, this is not. It's okay?
Yes, it's good.
Okay. Sorry, because the technical problems.
No problem.
Okay, so well, I will talk about in this presentation. I will talk about a project, a research project that is running now. It's SYMPOSIUM. That presents a scheme in order to evaluate, well, in order to advance the water energy food nexus through solar desalination and brine valorization. Oh no. Oh my God. I don't know why I cannot do anything in this presentation. No, it's okay. No. Sorry, because I cannot do anything in the presentation. Oh.
Patricia, can we give you the time to fix the technical issue? And if you have other engagement, we can reschedule
puedo,
it
tía.
for tomorrow.
Battery now is nice. It's okay. Okay.
No, espérate. Now you can control L, ¿no? Now you can see it?
Yeah, and
Okay.
change slides. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
it's okay. Okay, so this is the structure of the presentation. So I will start with the context of this the challenge. Why is the motivation of the project? Then I will give more information about the project, and I will follow.
Sorry, Patricia, we can't see the presentation.
You cannot see it. Mario, so did you say that?
The online people, we can see it.
I can see it too.
Okay.
Maybe you are using a second
now it's
screen
good.
and they can
Now
see
it's
the other
good.
screen. Patrick.
Now it's good. You can continue. Thank you.
You can see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then I will follow with some results of some progresses in the experimental and the modeling and simulation parts. Let's start with the context. Here I would like to start presenting, talking about the challenge that motivated the project, that is to go towards sustainable water and power production. Regarding water production, as you know, desalination is the most promising solution for facing water scarcity. And currently, around 70% of the total installed capacity relies on reverse osmosis. But this technology is still mainly powered by conventional energy sources, which, as you know, convert it in an environmental problem due to the significant CO2 emissions. Solar energy within the renewable energies is the one with the most potential. And if we are seeing RO with solar energy currently, they are almost exclusively based on PV. That has the problem of intermittency. As you can see here in this graph, here we have a clear day, and here a cloudy day in blue, and the capacity factor, that means the hours of operation, are reduced to this period. But if we want to decarbonize the desalination sector, in order to make it more sustainable, we need a continuous operation in this also in these two periods. Batteries can increase the capacity factor, but it relies on critical minerals and has a significant environmental footprint. A promising alternative is compressed air energy storage, CAES, that is scalable, it has long lifetime, and has a lower environmental impact. Now, if we are going if we think on power production, it's very important not only rely on PV that that currently is the one that supply electricity at lower prices, but also in the hybridization of different technologies. So hybridized PV with another solar technology like is concentrated solar power that has the advantage of the energy storage of feasible and reliable energy storage based on thermal energy, because it can provide dispatchable power during high price periods. So we can use PV during low price periods and CSP during high price periods, enabling not only flexible power production, but also if we are thinking on water and power production, we can have flexible water and power production. And within CSP, Brighton-based central receiver, CSP is the one that provides highest efficiencies, and also well compared with Rankine cycle. And also it gives an opportunity to thermal desalination because they can recover exhaust heat from the gas turbine to produce electricity, to produce water, sorry, without any penalty in the power cycle. And also I want to highlight here another challenge in water production by desalination, that is the brine management, that remains a key challenge for improving the environmental sustainability of this sector. So then this is how arise the project, so the Salvio project, that is a coordination project funded by the Spanish Ministry, and it's a coordination project between CIEMAT, Plataforma Solar de Almería, PSA, and University of Almería, being the coordinator CIEMAT. It started in September last year, and it will take 3 years with a total budget of 300,000 euros. This is the logo of the project, and here you have the QR to see the web page where all the information is there. And here is the scheme of the project. It's a bit complicated scheme with a lot of components, but I will try to do it the simplest, the maximum simple possible. And basically it proposed a hybrid PV CSP CAES concept in order to achieve a flexible water and electricity production. We have two main aims is to go towards carbon neutral water and power production, and in this case, for example, on one hand, in the energy production, we have photovoltaic and CSP, and based on a solar tower. With the PV, what we do is during the day we use the PV to power a compressor that gives the air that is stored in a compressed air energy storage system. And with the solar tower, during the day we charge a thermal storage system. So during times of high electricity prices, the air discharge from the CAES and the heat discharge from the thermal energy storage system is used to have air at high pressure and temperature in order to drive a turbine, a gas turbine, to produce electricity. And in the water production side, we have reverse osmosis that is driven by PV during the daylight hours, and driven by the discharged air from the CAES during when there is no sunlight. Also, we have thermal desalination that is driven by the exhaust gases from the gas turbine in order to produce more water. So we have water production from the RO and from the thermal desalination. And then with we have another aim is to go towards a minimum liquid discharge. And in this case, we propose to reuse the brine from the RO system for macroalgae cultivation. And well, all this scheme will be evaluated in the during the project theoretically, but also we have a experimental part that are these two parts in order to evaluate this novel integration, because the connection of RO with PV is in the state of the art, but not the integration, the operation of RO with air. That is possible using a gas liquid pressurization system, as we will see later. And this will be evaluated at CMAT PSA. And also a novel integration is the use of brine for macroalgae cultivation, that also will be evaluated experimentally at University of Almería facilities. Okay, let's go to the experimental part. We have different research infrastructures at PSA. This is PSA located in Almería, at the southeast of Spain, and at the University of Almería, concretely at facilities that are next to the University of Almería in a research center called IFAPA. So we will use the research infrastructure of these two research institutes. Regarding the research infrastructure infrastructures at PSA, at Plataforma Solar de Almería, as I said before, we will evaluate it, the integration of an RO plant with a CAES. This is a drawing in AutoCAD that we developed for the design of the pilot plant. And basically, we have here the membranes that is, as I will explain later, we have 4 membranes. We have 3 tanks, a feed water tank, permeate tank, and reject solution pump, the air compressor, and the CAES, the compressed energy storage system based on high pressure cylinder bundles. This is the plant that has already installed at PSA. It has been installed next to a solar tower. We will start the test campaign in September, because we are finishing the connections and the legalization process. Here I will go very quickly to the technical specifications of each component. Regarding the RO unit, as I said before, we have 4 membranes. We have 3 tanks with a capacity of 3 cubic meters each. The salinity of the water is 2.1 grams per liter, is brackish water. This is the model of the membrane that we are using from Hydronautics, with an area of 7.4 square meter. And the permate production, the total permate production at design conditions is 15 cubic meters per day. Regarding the compressed energy storage system, we have a compressed energy storage system, as I said before, based on high pressure cylinder bundles, with a total volume of around 5 cubic meters and a maximum pressure of 300 bars. And regarding the gas liquid pressurization system that connect the air, the compressed energy storage system with the RO, a pneumatic pump has been selected for that takes air from the compressed energy storage system and water from the feed water tank, and it increases the water pressure and up to a certain value at the entrance of the modules, of the RO modules. These are the conditions, the operating ranges, just to highlight that it works with air and inlet pressure between 2 and 7 bars, and it provides the feed water at a pressure range between 5 and 15 bars. And regarding the research infrastructure at the University of Almeria for the experimental validation of brine valorization, they have fully automated facilities from laboratory to demonstration scale. They can cultivate macroalgae using different type of water, from fresh water to desalination brine, with advanced process monitoring and control. They have a complete biomass processing chain from harvesting to drying, and laboratories for characterization. Regarding these infrastructures, they have already started the campaigns, the test campaign. They have done indoor and outdoor tests with macroalgae, and basically what they have seen with tests with brine from 10 to 60 grams per liters is that low salinity brines have negligible impact on biomass productivity. And also in the outdoor test, they have seen that high crop productivity is obtained at all salinities. And then let's see the modeling and simulation advances or progresses. What we have done so far is the modeling and simulation of this scheme. That includes the PV system with the compressed energy storage system, the RO plant, and the gas liquid pressurization system that connect the CAES with the RO, and the electricity production by the gas turbine, and the macroalgae cultivation. We have established a medium scale plant with an RO production of 100 cubic meters per day and a CAES capacity of 400 cubic meters with 45 bars, and a biomass production considering the brine discharge from the RO system of 238 kilograms per day. This is the daily operation profile during the 24 hours. And basically, I can say that the CAES, the compressed air energy storage system, is charged during the sunlight hours and is discharged the rest of the rest of the 2 periods. The RO is operating with PV also during the sunlight hours, and with the CAES during the discharge periods. And the turbine is considered to work or to produce electricity only 3 hours per day, with the discharge air from the CAES, as you can see here. In the case of the macroalgae cultivation, it has systems that has to be being operating all the time with electricity, as the drying system. We have considered the support of grid, the periods where we don't have a PV. And they will operate with the macroalgae cultivation will operate with the remaining PV that is not used for RO or for the charge of the CAES. This is the simulation structure that basically I have to say that we have modeled all the components and integrated the model the model components each other, and we have done an annual simulation every hour using environmental data from Tabernas, that is the location of Plataforma Solar de Almería, generating a typical meteorological year with Meteonorm. And here I want to present the results obtained from this annual simulation. That basically I want to highlight that in the case of the RO annual operation, you can see that almost 50% of the time in the year, the RO can operate with the PV, and 36% with the air discharge from the CAEs, and only 15% should be off, or this period, this percentage should be, if we want to operate all the time, should take support from the grid. In the case of the turbine, considering 3 hours a day of operation, you can see that 75% of the time the CAEs, the turbine can operate with the CAEs, with the air discharge from the CAEs, and only 25% should be off or taking support from the grid in case we want to operate all the time. And here you can see the results in hours of operation in the year and the freshwater production, and also in the case of the macroalgae cultivation, that as I said before, it will operate all the time because they need the support of the grid for certain systems. So let's finish with the conclusions and future works. We are seeing that we are achieving a sustainable energy and water production because off-grid results of the proposed system show that on one hand, 85% of the annual operation can be covered for the of the medium scale RO unit, and 75% is covered for the annual operation of the macro turbine Brighton cycle. Also, another interesting result is that we can minimize the liquid discharge because we are achieving 90% reduction in final brine discharge. And for the future works, what we have seen is that we have an excess of 44% in PV generation. So we have to explore alternative operating strategies in order to exploit this excess. And also we want to include dynamic electricity market prices in the simulation framework in order to make it more real, make this scheme more close to the reality. And this is all from my side. Thank you, and sorry for the technical problems.
No problem. Thank you very much, Patricia, for sharing with us the advances and the results of the Sol del Sal Bio project from University of Almeria.
I don't know if you have any question.
Yes. Do you have any question for Patricia? You have a question?
Thank you for the presentation.
I can introduce you, Mario. If you
okay. My name is Athman Mashagbe, working at Royal.
I don't know if somebody is here from the organization, I mean. Or nobody saw my presentation there in Morocco, I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Don't worry.
No, I'm not saying online, I'm saying offline.
I think they did, Patrick, don't worry. I think they are.
Can you hear me? I have a question. Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me? I have a question.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, this is Othman from Royal Scientific Society at Jordan. Actually, we have started a research project with IHE Delft regarding using microalgae in wastewater treatment plant. So I've seen your presentation and you have mentioned that you are using brackish water for cultivation macroalgae. So could you please confirm the salinity of the brackish water? The salinity, you mentioned 2000 or 2.1 gram per liter.
Sorry, I'm listening that you are talking about the salinity, but I cannot catch your question.
Yeah, my question, you mentioned.
If you can you close approach the microphone because I cannot hear you very well.
Okay. Like you mentioned, you are using brackish water for microalgae cultivation by the other university in Spain. So could you please confirm that the salinity of the brackish water, you mentioned 2.1 or 2,100 gram per liter?
The salinity is 2.1 grams per liters.
Yeah,
this is the salinity that we have, that we want to use in the pilot plant that we have at PSA, at Plataforma Solar de Almería, because it's brackish water from wells. And this is the salinity that in principle we will, well, this is not the salinity for the macroalgae cultivation, because the one that will be used is the brine discharge. I mean, once it has been concentrated. Okay. I'm not. I don't know if you are asking about that.
Yeah.
But but yes, this is what we can do experimentally. But in simulation, we can check or we can compare different salinities, of course. Experimentally, this is the water that we have. So we are using feed water at that salinity in the RO plant, because it's our source of water at PSA, at Plataforma Solar de Almería.
So,
but at the University of Almería, that they are working with macroalgae, they can simulate other salinities to compare how the macroalgae production is according to the range of salinity.
Yeah, because I believe the brine salinity, it will be much, much higher than 2.1 gram per liter.
Well, yes, the seawater, if we are talking about seawater from the sea, yes, of course. But we are using brackish because this scheme, the scheme that I am presenting in the project, is not proposed to be located close to the sea, because CSP close to the sea is not good because of the radiation is not so high, and the corrosion is very complicated for CSP, and it's not proposed close to the sea, but inland, where you can have brackish water.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? We have another question here.
Hello. To present myself, I'm Yusra Ajbar. I'm a PhD student in adjoint supervision between Belgium and Morocco. My question is, I saw the biomass production of macroalgae. It's like about 200 kilograms per day. My question is, what species are you cultivating, and what do you do with this biomass? Is there any sector or collaboration that you are dealing with in order to valorize this biomass? Thank you.
Yes, well, I'm not expert in macroalgae cultivation, because this is as I said before, it's a coordination project. I'm in the part of energy and water production, but not in another part. But obviously, we wrote the proposal together, and I know more or less which is the objective of this I mean, the use, no, that they want to give to macroalgae. And well, it could be for feed for animals, for also for cosmetic, and I mean, I think it can have a lot of uses, added value uses that can give to this biomass. But yes, I mean, I think the main use is for feed for animals.
Thank you very much for your answer, Patricia. Is there any other questions? So thank you again, Patricia, for your presentation and for answering questions out here. Thank you for your presence, and hope to see you next time in person here in Tangier, and welcoming you in Morocco. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Dr. Diego.
Hello.
Hello. Can you share your screen? So we have Dr. Diego Martinez Plaza from European Solaris ERIC institution from Spain. He is managing director as the Solaris ERIC projects. With decades of experience in the sector, he specialized in concentrating solar thermal systems and has played a leading role in coordinating major European research networks and initiatives focused on clean energy transitions. Dr. Diego have a presentation about these projects and opportunities for the near future. So, Doctor, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet. No?
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 And now?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Thank you for the invitation to participate. Thanks to the distinguished authorities, dear colleagues. This is not a technical presentation, at least not a technical presentation about water desalination. It's about concentrating solar thermal facilities, research infrastructures, where you can include solar thermal desalination facilities, as those described by Patricia in the former presentation, and the ones that will be introduced by Dr. Georgiou from Cyprus. What is it? Okay. Okay. So I will introduce you the European Research Consortium on Solar Thermal Technologies. This is ERIC. So explain what an ERIC is, specifically EU Solaris ERIC, and perhaps more interesting for the audience, how can EU Solaris ERIC can contribute to R&D in Morocco. An ERIC is a legal entity, a specific legal entity set up by the European Commission for handling, big research infrastructures promoted by several countries at once. It has a number of fiscal advantages, management advantages. The requirements to become an ERIC is that must be a mostly European joint venture, should have a commitment to provide access to the facilities gathered at the ERIC, and contribute to the mobility of researchers and to dissemination and optimization of results. Today, there's a community of 32 ERICs in Europe. Every ERIC turns around a specific topic. EU Solaris is the ERIC dealing with concentrating solar thermal technologies. Our seat is in Almería, Plataforma Solar de Almería, but not part of TMA. Is as I said before, an autonomous entity with legal entity. Okay, this is just to show very briefly how long the process has been. This is the establishment in January 2023. We are still a young ERIC. And the current 5 members are Spain, France, Germany, Cyprus, and Portugal that joined recently. There is one observer, which is Greece. I have to insist that the members are countries. This is the current status. Members, the observer Greece, and other countries which are potentially interested in joining, like Italy and Turkey. So I'd like to insist on what we are not and what we are, because you scientists are very much focused on projects, and you tend to think this is a project, but I have to tell you that it's not a project. It's not either a company or a network. It's a long-lasting consortium of countries focused on the joint development of research infrastructure around a theme. In this case, concentrated solar thermal. What we do normally is to apply for projects within Horizon Europe to get resources to promote different activities within the ERIC. There is a specific work program which is called research infrastructure, where there is a variety of activities from access to digital twins, etc., etc. This is a very interesting question for the audience. Which entities can be member of an ERIC? Of course, member states of the European Union, associated countries, third countries, and intergovernmental organizations. What we need is a governmental entity, say from the Ministry of Science or the Ministry of Education, and if this representing the country, and there will always a scientific representative too, which is normally a leading institute, a leading university, which takes the lead from the scientific side. So here is the question. Could Morocco become a member of EU Solaris ERIC? The answer is yes. It's a third country with a solid research infrastructure on CST or CSP, as you like. There are, as I said, research infrastructure and working teams. So a governmental entity should apply on behalf of all this community representing the country. And it is also possible to start an observer for 2 years at zero cost, but without vote at the governance bodies. Our governance body is a general assembly where there are representatives from all the countries. The managing director is just leading the central hub, which is located in Almería also, which is, let's say, the factotum of all these proposals and all these activities. And every country has a national node where all the interested institutes in the country are organized to interact with the ERIC. So our activities mainly have to do with the provision of access to our facilities, to organize this, to centralize this, coordinate the activities of the members as far as research infrastructures are concerned, increase the ties with industry, trying to promote our innovation towards the industry, and last but not least, to disseminate. It means training services, and dissemination of results and good practices. I will skip this. This is a project that the European Commission gave us to start. In this, remember, we started on January 2023. It is a project involving all the interested countries in Europe to start our activity in the most difficult years. I would like to draw to your attention to this specific activity. We have launched what we call the Access Pilot Program 2026-2027, where some of the institute members are offering their facilities for access to external transnational users. I have to say that all costs for these users are covered by the program. So far, 18 facilities are offered, mostly in Germany and Spain, including PSA desalination facilities described by Patricia before. But other countries like Cyprus and Portugal are to add their facilities to the catalog. The selection of users is carried out by scientific merit by an external users selection panel. It's an open call. If you want to apply, visit our website, eusolaris.eu. There you will find the Access Pilot Program page. Then you can arrange your proposal to access our facilities for free. You can sit on that. So, just a quick presentation of this opportunity for Morocco in general and for you, the audience, researchers working on thermal applications. EUSolaris is not a project or a network, it's a long-lasting consortium of countries under a specific European legislation. The members are the countries, but there used to be a leading R&D institute per member. The members contribute 20,000 euro per year, this fee, but observers can stay there for 2 years paying nothing. It's a legal entity, can apply to Horizon Europe calls in very good conditions, with relatively high levels of success in the proposals. And as I said, it's about research infrastructures, using on internal coordination, delivery of services, capacity building, development of common testing procedures, policy making, etc., and much more to come. So, thank you very much for your attention. Visit our website and don't hesitate to send us an email or contact me directly if you are interested to participate or to ask for access under the Access Pilot Program. And that's all from my side. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Diego, for sharing with us. The project's perspectives and objectives. Do you have any questions? Oh, thank you again. It was another side of the project.
Thank you.
Opportunities we have with you as Morocco to integrate the Solaris ERIC projects in the future, maybe. Thank you again for your participation and being with us today. And hope to see you also next time in person, and welcoming you here in Tangier and in Morocco. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we move to the presentation of Dr. Marius. Sorry for this, to not respect the program to our speakers. So we have Dr. Marius from Energy Department of the Cyprus Institute. an assistant professor and the head of the Proteus Research Facility at the Energy, Environment and Water Research Center. He holds a PhD in environmental and atmospheric sciences. His primary expertise cover renewable thermal desalination, hybrid energy networks, advanced energy storage, and exploring the holistic water energy food ecosystems nexus. Welcome, Marius. You can start the presentation.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me first of all?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. And we can see
Great.
you, but we lost the presentation.
Yeah, please let me know if you can see it.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Great. So, I mean, thanks for the kind invitation, and it would be great to be there. However, even being online, it's a really nice pleasure. So, I mean, in the following minutes, I'm going to present one of the facilities that belong also to Eusolaris, Proteas, and I'm going to guide you through on our activities without too many details, however, presenting a nutshell of what we are doing here in Cyprus. So Proteas stands for Platform for Research and Technological Applications in Solar Energy. It is a facility that it has been up and running for the last 10 years, and it's a facility in the area of 20,000 square meters. The vision and mission of the facility is to be a leading facility for testing and validating technologies primarily on solar energy systems and water systems. And we also support a lot of prototype validation, real condition testing, and under real condition systems. So why are we really doing this? I'll say what's the current status in Cyprus. So Cyprus is an isolated energy system in a climate hotspot. And we have the fact that we have really high prices of electricity. Around 87% of our electricity is produced by fossil fuel. In contrary, while we have lots of sun, there is a huge curtailment of electricity from photovoltaics. And our main desalination units are reverse osmosis that we run fossil fuels to run them. So as you can imagine, while we have lots of sun, we are burning fossil fuels to run our desalination systems, and in parallel, we are curtailing electricity. And this is basically a snapshot of the energy-water paradox in Cyprus. So on the left side, you can see the amount of electricity that was actually discarded in 2025, which was about 306 kilowatt hours. And it's more or less the same amount of electricity that we want in the island for running all desalination power plants. So, I mean, while we have been throwing away that electricity, if we could somehow store it, then we could use this to run the desalination plants instead of running them with fossil fuels. And this is basically what this slide talks about, where you can see that on the left side, you can see the crisis of the water that started in Cyprus. In 2008, we had a really bad year, and we had to import water from Greece. And the red color shows basically the dependence on desalination. So, I mean, in the last more or less 30 years, we have been desalinating seawater. While on the right side of the plot, you can see that until 2010, all the electricity in the island was coming from fossil fuels, but within the last 15 years, a percentage around 23% is coming from renewables. So in 2010, we started working on this concept that is called concentrated solar power and desalination of seawater, which was basically our proposal on how to mitigate the problems that I just described. The overall idea was, I mean, presented to the government, which they supported financially with a technical economic study. The year after, we managed to secure a European-funded project called Interreg, and based on that, we have built the first prototype here in Cyprus. The concept behind it is quite simple: how to utilize concentrated solar thermal energy for primarily storing energy, and from that point on, producing electricity through a power block or desalinating water using primarily thermal desalination methods. So on this slide, you can see basically how the facility was initially designed, where we have the concentrated solar thermal technologies that are used to concentrate solar radiation to heat up a fluid that is called molten salt. And from that point on, you can use that energy either to produce steam and desalinate seawater, or to produce steam and desalinate seawater, or to produce steam and produce electricity, or on a combination scheme. After the first operational years and the successful implementation of this concept, Proteas expanded to a poly-renewable concept, which is basically how we envision the future grid here in Cyprus, but also in other islands as well. So on the left side here, you can see how things have been operating in Cyprus the last 50 years. So there are 3 main power plants where basically they're burning fossil fuel to produce electricity, which then goes from TSO to DSO, the transmission system and the distribution system, to the consumers. On the right side is what we have been doing at Proteas, what we feel like the situation should be, where, as you can see, we have lots of renewables penetration into the grid. We are talking about a flexible bidirectional system where the system operates not as a central station, but in a smaller scale facilities and operating in the energy island mode. And this is how Proteas looks like. So at Proteas, we have several renewable technologies. As mentioned already, we have concentrated solar thermal, but we also have Stirling dishes, photovoltaic, wind power. Depending on the weather conditions, we produce in parallel heat and electricity. The heat is stored in a thermal storage medium, while electricity is used for running the operation of the facility, and the excess of electricity is stored in batteries. On top of that, we are demonstrating the Carnot battery scheme, where basically the excess of electricity that cannot go to batteries goes back to the molten salt through resistances, so we don't have any losses in terms of electricity. When you manage to store all this energy, then you can either use it for process heat or for desalinating seawater. And as you can see in the next slides, we have 2 desalination units, 1 forward osmosis and 1 multiple effect distillation unit. This is also a snapshot of how the energy architecture of the Proteas works, right? And talking about research and focusing on what we're here today about, one of the 4 research lines that we have at Proteas is about desalination and water treatment. And this is basically what I will be showing in the next few minutes. So when talking about desalination, I mean, there is a process and there are also key challenges. Patri slightly mentioned about this. So, I mean, we have to take into consideration the intake of the seawater, pre-treatment, the desalination process, post-treatment, and the brine management. It should be noted that Proteas is located next to the sea. So our desalination units run with real seawater of high salinity coming from the Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, this is a real testing bed of technologies that are not commercial, like reverse osmosis. And when we talk about desalination, there are also challenges: the capital investment, the energy consumption, the environmental impact, and the maintenance cost. So one of the things that we're proposing and that we have been actually doing is the hybridization of energy systems in order to power and run these desalination units. So you can use wind, you can use solar, or you can use a hybridization of these technologies. However, like everything, it has its advantages and disadvantages. So obviously, we are talking about reduced emission, and we're talking about enhancing water security. However, we have to take into consideration intermittency issues, especially when we're talking about PVs and RO, and also the fact that this creates an additional capex. This has to be somehow integrated into the water price to make sense for the developers. At Proteas, we are working on all three aspects, on how to renewable power desalination, on how to do brine management, and how to recover selective minerals. And the way we do it is that, first of all, we have a 15 years experience of multiple level distillation, which is basically a thermally driven process, and it has the advantage that it can really handle high salinity waters because there are no membranes. The process behind is basically thermal evaporation, and this couples really well when you have excess heat. And in our case, where we have a concentrated solar power plant and we have lots of heat, the integration of this system with of heat with thermal desalination, it makes lots of sense. And this is something that we have been working on it, as I said, the last 15 years, with a really good success on the operation of the desalination unit. In parallel, in the last 5 years, in collaboration with an American company, we have been testing and validating a new process that's called forward osmosis. So, I mean, in this case, we are hosting a demo unit that it has a capacity of 50 cubic meters per day. And we have been validating its operation under different working conditions, how it can be coupled with energy storage, even water energy storage, and how it operates in terms of brine removal and in high salinity schemes. So talking about brine, basically, as you can see in this slide, brine is what is basically left out after you desalinate seawater. Typically, reverse osmosis plants work with 40%. That means that every 100 liters you put in, 40% is distilled, 60 is brine. If you have a double reverse osmosis, then it goes up to 55 or 60. So as you can imagine, about half of the seawater that we put into a system gets out as fresh, and the other half gets back as brine. So what's the challenge? The challenge is that obviously, as you can see on the bottom left side of the slide, 99% of the brine is rejected back to the sea. And when we're talking about brine, obviously we're talking about highly concentrated seawater. And there is a lot of concerns whether the brine disposal back to the sea creates issues with marine life, climate, and even ecosystem damage. Therefore, the work towards minimizing the brine disposal back to the sea is quite important. Current brine valorization is used, I mean, in reverse osmosis in order to recover energy. This is primarily the #1 use of the brine. And this, if you do that, then you also increase the recovery ratio of the process, meaning that you can produce more water. However, from our point of view, there are more, and this is where we concentrate our research. I mean, there are minerals that we want to extract. We use them for other purposes. And as you can see, I mean, there is lithium, sodium, magnesium, and potassium, or even rubidium. And for our case, magnesium and potassium are the ones that were highly interested. And the reason is that, as you know really well in Morocco, I mean, these are among the most critical macronutrients in agriculture, and commercial fertilizers, since they depend heavily on mining operation. We really believe that mining from brine, this type of minerals, it's something that adds value also on the agricultural aspect, especially on the fertilizers industry. And this is basically the welfare nexus approach that we have been developing on how to use sun and seawater to be able also not to produce electricity and heat, and water, but to use it for irrigation purposes. And a few months ago, we have been awarded an Interreg project. Actually, this was it was evaluated as the first out of more than 800 proposals, which is basically to develop a greenhouse, a hydroponic greenhouse based on what I just described. The concept behind it is that all the renewables systems that I just mentioned would be working together through the energy management system to run the desalination unit. And we are also using the brine after the mining for the fertilizer purposes to run this greenhouse. It's something that we hope to implement within the next 18 months. And it's something that really adds value on how renewable desalination and brine treatment could play a role also on the agricultural aspects. Diego mentioned already, we are part of EU Solaris, among others, and we are a really well-known and well-recognized infrastructure in Europe and not only. And I think one of the main assets of Proteas is that it's actually working as a real-world validation facility. We help people to advance from TRL 4 to TRL 7 by providing access to our infrastructure and testing new components and systems in real working conditions. And we do that by collaborating with local industry, with European and international companies, and by providing access. Last but not least, I would like to take a minute and talk about the WFN community of practice. The WFN community of practice basically is a PRIMA coordination support action. It is coordinated by the Cyprus Institute, and basically what we are promoting with the Nexus community of practice is that we are all facing in the Mediterranean region the same issues. So we need to collaborate for adopting such solutions in the region. So basically what is Nexus community of practice is an active network of expert practitioners and policymakers towards the WFN Nexus approach. What we do, we share knowledge, and I believe this is the most important part. We learn and grow, so we all, by sharing experience and expertise, it helps us all move together. And we have created a supporting environment where people can get access to knowledge. I mean, there are modules about WFN Nexus for PhD students. There are papers, there are opportunities, there are site visits, and I mean, it would be really nice if you take a minute and check this by scanning the codes that you have in front of you and get access to what this community of practice, how the Knowledge Hub, which is the main platform, operates, and you can also find information on what we do on a monthly period rate. So feel free to join us. I believe we are all on the same boat, and if we work closely, this is a way to help cope with all the climate change that we are all facing together. And having said that, I would like to once again to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I hope that this short presentation showed what we are doing here in Cyprus, and I'm really glad that faces that you have seen before online, but also they're there, like Jawad, are faces that we collaborate really closely, and I'm really happy to be here. Once again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this clear presentation. Do you have any question? Okay, thank you again, Professor Marius, for your clear
very much.
presentation.
Have a nice day.
For the opportunities that you shared with us about this very interesting topic. Thank you again, and hope to see you next time in person with all the
clockwise.
yeah.
It was nice being here, and feel free to reach out if you want any clarifications, any of your participants. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. So now we invite you all to a quick break coffee before continuing the remaining keynote speakers. Thank you. Hello again, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and meet new people and make some networking. So now we'll continue with the next keynote speaker. We have with us Professor Mohammed Wakil Shahzad, which is a professor and chair in advanced energy and sustainability at the Northumbria University. He has over than 15 years of experience in energy and environmental technologies with previous prestigious research roles as the National University of Singapore and the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. He's globally recognized for his work in sustainable water, cooling, and industrial decarbonization. So, Professor Wakil, we have a presentation entitled Solar-Driven Zero Liquid Discharge Desalination Technology for Future Sustainability. Welcome, Mr. Wakil, and you have.
Thank you very much for the kind words. And thanks. I think that was a good decision to have a coffee first. Otherwise, people will be sleeping. So thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Mohammed Wakil Shahzad, working as a professor and chair of Advanced Energy and Sustainability at Northumbria University. Today, I will be presenting our one of the project that is solar-driven zero liquid discharge desalination technology for future sustainability. So before starting the actual our project, I just would like to start with the United Nations Sustainability Goals. As we all know that there are 17 goals and over 169 targets. But if we look into all these 17 goals, there are 3 major goals. Those are interlinked between these 17. And those water, affordable and clean energy, and climate action. And within these even 3 goals, if we see very clearly, can see that water is a main goal that actually interact with all the United Nations sustainability goals. So if we leave apart the human comfort or the human requirement, water is also very important for the eco cycle. So it's a very important element for the human life and also for the eco cycle of Earth as well. But unfortunately, we can see that most of the countries, they are facing the water scarcity. And there are some countries that have the water in abundance, but of course, they are coming into the same umbrella. For example, we are from UK, so we used to have a lot of rain, but since last 2-3 years, there's no much rain. So there are certain areas in UK where we feel the water shortage few days in the summer. So it means the days are catching up, so we have to look for alternative solutions. On top of that, even at this moment, water is affecting the country's GDP because it's a main element for the any industrial growth. That GDP impact is up to 6% in many countries. So we can see that in addition to the human impact, it also impacting the GDP or the growth. So it's a very important element in terms of industrial growth as well. So this is a very interesting image. I think I presented last time as well, just to want to reiterate again that the cost of everyday choices. So, for example, even today or the last day, some of you maybe have eaten the pizza or the burger or even the chocolate, and we don't realize that how much water is consumed by these small items that we consume on the daily basis. So just to give you an example, that 1 kg of beef consume over 15,000 liters of water. And 1 kg of chocolate, it consumes 24,000 liters of water. So you can see the water footprint. And next time when you eat these all kind of things, so be careful, don't waste those elements because it come up with a huge impact in terms of water and the environment. So each examples that I quoted, you can see that most of the elements that we consume on the daily basis, they consume thousands of liters of water. and we don't realize that how much water is consumed, but sometimes we used to waste those elements. So as previously in the morning in the discussion, and also the colleagues before, they presented that the desalination is the only solution that can fill the gap between the supply and demand. Of course, there can be other choices, for example, wastewater reuse, but that is not able to fill the demand and supply gap. So desalination is the only feasible solution to fill the gap. But again, desalination is not a new technology. It's quite old, very established technology all over the worldwide. Today, over 20,000 plants are installed all around the world and consuming terawatts of energy and producing million tons of the CO2. So the overall idea is that desalination is the only choice, but how we can make it as a sustainable process. As I mentioned, so desalination process, the desalination plants, they can be running on that seawater or some other kind of the brackish waters. But majorly, the current practice is that the most of the desalination plants, they are operating over 67% of the seawater for the treatment. And the GCC, as expected, is leading with over 60% of the installations. And the major reason is, of course, we all know there's a very less rain precipitation. So that's why there's a huge water scarcity in the region. And that's why the major desalinations are actually in the GCC countries. So there are different types of the desalination technologies that you can see on the left side. Some are at the large scale. Those are implemented to producing the million gallons of water. And some are just at the lab scales. And of course, it needs some more research to bring it to the commercialization scale. But the major important point is that it doesn't matter whether it's SWRO, MD process, MED, or MSF. It should meet the water, energy, and environment nexus. So it means that the process should consume as low as possible energy, and it impact as low as possible to the environment and produce water. So it really doesn't matter what kind of the process we are using, but as an environmental sustainability, it should meet this nexus so that the process should be sustainable and good for future generation as well. But the most interesting fact is, if you look into the literature and the reports, everyone is claiming that their process is very energy efficient. SWRO process, they are claiming that their process is highly energy efficient. MED, MSF process, they are claiming that their process is very energy efficient. And even some process, those are just on the papers, they are also claiming that this is reaching the sky. But thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics, they don't lie. So if you put all these processes into a thermodynamic platform, as Jawad also mentioned earlier, the thermodynamic limit, so we have the bar where we can compare all the process with respect to thermodynamic limit, where we are operating today and how much the gap is. So thermodynamic limits tells totally different story. So we are actually far away from the thermodynamic limit, even not to the 50%. So we have to work very hard, all the process, either as SWRO, MED, MSF, or the other process. We have to work hard so that we can close this gap and we can bring to the process to the very close to the thermodynamic limit. And that, I think that should be the target. And this is where we can say that the process are the more sustainable in terms of environment and also the water production. So how we know that where we are today and from where we can learn the lesson? So we can learn the lesson from the history. So as I mentioned, desalination is not a new process. It was started in 15th century when the people were sailing in the sea. They were drinking the water. It was water desalination at that time as well. But that time the performance was very low because there was an open fire burners to treat the water. And then, of course, there was a jump in the performance when the boiler technology came into the market, more efficient burning process. And then there was another jump in the process when MED and MSF, multi-desalination process, effect distillation process, they were introduced. And the last jump that we can see from the history is when the RO process came into the market. And after that, until today, we can see there's a gradual change but there is no jump in the performance. And the reason is very clear, that we are relying on all the old process. Those are there since 40, 50 decades. So there is no change in the process. That's why there is no change in the jump in the performance. So this is a very clear message. Learn from the history that if we don't come up with a new solution, with out-of-box solution, we will continue with the gradual change, but not with the high jump in the performance. So we are at the point again that we have to look for out-of-box solution where we can get this another high jump in the performance to close that the gap between process efficiency and the thermodynamic limit. So currently the two major processes are SWRO and MEDRMSF are the thermal process, and they have their own limitations. For example, SWRO, the majorly installed system all around the world, they have their own limitation in terms of fouling and other issues. And on the other hand, the thermal desalination systems, they have the limitation in terms of corrosion because at high temperature, the salt used to precipitate on the surface of the heat transfer surfaces, and of course, lower the performance. So both systems, they have their own limitations, and that's why there is a gap between the actual performance and the thermodynamic limit. So there can be a two solution. So firstly, if we can overcome these limitations and improve the process. And the second one is we can introduce a new out-of-box solution. So what we did, we just tried to improve the existing process. Of course, I mean, we are working on the other process as well, but the close fit or the near implementation solution is that we can use the existing technologies and we can see that how we can overcome their limitations. For example, as I mentioned, the RO process, they are the most implemented process all over the world. And mostly they have around 40 or 45% recovery. And you just imagine that the million tons of chemicals are injected into the raw seawater as a pre-treatment, and then you recover only 40-45% water from it, and 55% of the concentrated water with the very high chemicals go back into the sea. So there is another environmental challenge. So what we propose that we can use the retentate or the reject water from the RO process, and we can produce more water from it, and at least we can reduce the water, in the chemical injection into the water and ejecting into the sea again. So we introduced the adsorption cycle. So traditionally, adsorption cycle is used for the cooling. So there are the huge chillers, the adsorption chillers are installed as a district cooling systems all around the world. The beauty of that adsorption cycle is it operates sub-ambient condition. It operates below 30 degrees centigrade. So we know that if the temperature is low, below 30 degrees, we can go very high recovery because we will solve the corrosion issue that is normally linked with high temperature and high concentration. So it means if we can bring the temperature down, we can actually go very high recovery. So this is what we introduced. So you can see the first part of the diagram is RO process, and reject we get back from the RO and introduce our multi-effect adsorption cycle. It's not a multi-effect distillation, it's a multi-effect adsorption cycle that is operated with the solar. So just to give you an idea about the adsorption cycle, because many of you don't know what is adsorption cycle. So it's based on the adsorbent material. For example, in our case, we are using the silica gel. And the silica gel, I mean, you all know silica gel very well. Maybe you didn't realize everything you buy from the market, for example, any electronics or any shoes or any costly product, there is a small sac in your bag. And that is actually a silica gel to absorb the moisture, to protect your products. So we use exactly the same concept because it has a very high affinity for the water vapor to absorb. So the middle part of the diagram is two beds of the adsorption cycle. It's like a silica gel packed. And then there is an evaporator and condenser. So it absorbs the water vapor. Then we supply the heat for the regeneration. It dissolves and condenses in the condenser. So in the typical process, there is no between two beds. And then the condensation, it should be at the high temperature. So by putting in this adsorption bed, we can reduce all these temperature to the sub-ambient temperature. So that's the whole idea behind the adsorption cycle. So we build the pilot, so you can see over there to test. It's a large-scale pilot and producing around 10,000 cubic meter per day, and totally automated and operating with the solar vacuum tube collectors. So we tested with the two different membranes. We also have the small RO process. We just got the membrane from the market. One is GE, manufactured by GE, AE90 model, and the other is NATO. There's a model mentioned over there. So the first diagram over there, it shows the typical discharge pressure across the different recovery ratios. So as I mentioned, the typical RO is around 40 to 45% recovery. But the second diagram is a very important one. So if we consider, let's say, 38 or 40% recovery, so you can see the retented concentration is around 55 or 58,000 part per million. So that's around 5 grams. So that is what we are rejecting to the sea bag with a very high concentration of chemicals with only 40% recovery. What we propose that we can use this 55 or 58,000 ppm retented from the RO, and we can use our system and recover more water without any chemical injection. So here we showed the overall with the different recovery ratio with 40%, 30%, 34%. So the overall conclusion was that the seawater that is around 35,000 ppm, if it's applied to the RO plants, it can recover 40% of water and then reject with the 58 to 60%, 60,000 part per million to the sea. And that's what we are going to use in our adsorption cycle. So this is our adsorption cycle temperature profiles. So as I showed image earlier, so we have 4 evaporators, then there's a condenser, there's an evaporator. So you can see even the heat source that is just if we are operating the adsorption cycle as is, without integrating with RO, is operating from 35 is a heat source, and then starting from 30 degree first evaporator and going all the way to 7 degrees centigrade. So this is a typical operation of the adsorption cycle. So it's, as I mentioned, so typically it is used for the chilling, for the air conditioning process. And the second diagram is just a water production. So this cyclic profile, so as I mentioned, so it's a batch operation. So one bed is adsorbing, the second bed is desorbing. So it's a batch operation between the one bed and the second to make it as a continuous process. So you can see over here, so this what we did all the experiment with the different feed concentration. So we didn't stop it at, let's say, as I mentioned, at the horizontal axis, you can see it 50,000 to 60,000. So in between is 55,000 ppm, that what we are getting from RO. And the last evaporator, the orange points that you can see, it can go until 250,000 part per million. So it means if we get that 58,000 part per million from RO process and use as a feed water to our adsorption cycle, we can go until 250,000 ppm. So that means around 85% recovery. And at that time, the water is about to crystallize within the evaporator. So that is the maximum recovery we can go. And that milky water, you can just put into the pound to get the 100% zero liquid discharge, because 10% or 5% water can be easily evaporated by the sun. So it's a good solution time being until we don't have any other solution to go for the zero liquid discharge by integrating the systems. Those are available in the market, very well proven in terms of performance. Moving. So he's moving here but not moving. Okay, sorry for this interruption. So what we did, we also conducted the life cycle costing analysis just to see that the idea that we are proposing, where it lies in between the RO process and MED process. So we found that the overall cost is around 1.78 kilowatt hour lactic per cubic meter. So that is slightly lower than the RO process because we are recovering up to 85% of the water as compared to 45% water of RO. We also developed this impact chart. The idea was that it's not only the energy, we also show that how different impact are the probability we can reduce in terms of hybridization. So for example, we put the probability and impact from 1 to 3 scale. And the first column that you can see as WRO, we put in the different 6 or 7 parameter, for example, energy, consumption, CO2 emission, chemical rejection, bright concentration, pump noise, and all these things. And then we mark the probability against the impact for those RO process. And based on the analysis that we got, the water production and also the economic analysis, we also mark the points for our hybrid system. So some of the points that you can see, for example, CO2 emission, of course it will reduce because you are extracting more water with the same energy input, but some of them may remain same. Because at the end, if let's say after 85% recovery, if you don't send this water to the ponds and let it dry to 100% as a zero liquid discharge, if you throw back to the sea again, so overall impact will be the same. So we consider over here that if you don't do for the pond operation to evaporate the rest of the 5 or 7%, so that will remain same. And the pumps will also remain same, temperature will remain same. So the major that is energy emission and chemical rejection that actually we are decreasing as compared to the conventional RO process. We received few awards for this our technology, hybrid technology. It's a MEAD Global Innovation Award and the Energy Award, Energy Globe Award, as a most innovative and sustainable zero liquid discharge technology. I will conclude with the statement that the water is not just a luxury, for the necessity for millions, and that number is growing. Thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Wakil, for this excellent presentation. It's not a question, rather the comments, because you mentioned RO. Obviously, we have this issue of red tide, especially in the coast of Oman, in South Korea, in Mexico. So when we have the high concentration of microalgae, so then we have this red tide. So it's an issue for the intake system. So actually, when we have been working in Oman, we developed some solutions. So we try to put sort of bubble curtains around the intake system to get rid of the microalgae and also of jellyfish. And also we developed the pre-treatment system, DAF, dissolved air flotation, which is not 100% efficient, but it reduced the impact of the microalgae on the plants. So now it's all the desalination plants in Oman are required to have this DAF into the pre-treatment system. And in parallel, we developed with NASA a sort of early warning system. So using satellite images, MODIS, to modelize the sea parameters. So 3 days in advance, we can alert desalination plants and also power plants who use the water for cooling, so they can take the right measures. But definitely these kind of approaches are worth, because obviously at the end of the day, as you said, RO has limitations. And also we don't have this jump of, we are limited by this thermodynamic limits, and we can improve the quality of membranes, of pumps, high pressure pumps, or energy recovery devices, but still the improvement would be really minimal. So thanks a lot. I congratulate you for this effort. Hopefully we can see that on commercial scale, soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comments. And as you rightly mentioned, of course, with all these improvements, we can get a gradual change. But I think we all have to look for some new solution to get next jump in the performance. Any other question? Okay, so if no questions, so I just would like to add one point. So, we are from university. So this is just one of the project. So I put our project website over there, Self-Economy. So we have around 7-8 different projects on cooling, on water, on hydrogen, and on some other AI modeling and all these things. So it's supported by UKRI and FCD and other funders. So you can please look into website and we will be more than happy to collaborate if there is any. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Wakil, for your presence, your kind presentation. So next presentation, we have Mr. Javier. Javier Acerete Navarro holds a degree in industrial engineering, specializing in electronics and automation from the Technical University of Madrid, and is a senior technician at the Technological Institute of the Canary Islands, where he coordinates the WASID project with more than 20 years of experience. He has devoted his career to applying renewable energy to desalination and water treatment for sustainable access to basic service in isolated communities of several African countries. And the macaroni designing and commissioning reverse process desalination plants of great photovoltaic microgrids and the associated management, operation and maintenance models. Welcome, Professor Javier. Have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon. So I start so I don't take too much time. First, a short introduction of ourselves. We are the Technological Institute of the Canary Islands. We are a public entity that belongs to our regional government of the Canary Islands from Spain. We do most of the technical work for our islands and public and private company, as well as we provide service all around the world. And we are around 240 employees, and our main activities are renewable energy, waste treatment, wastewater treatment, biotechnology, and medical engineering and computing. And so we belong to Spain politically, but geographically we belong to Africa. We are just in front of Morocco. And because of that, we receive a mandate from our regional government to develop good relationship with our neighboring countries, mainly Morocco, Senegal, Mauritania, Cape Verde, and lately also the Gambia, Ghana, and Sao Tome and Principe and Cote d'Ivoire. So we have been doing cooperation projects for more than 25 years, as well as we develop economic relationships, social and cultural relationship with our African neighborhoods. In this picture, you can see our facilities. We have office in all the islands. We are 8 islands, and we have our main facilities are located in Gran Canaria, in Pozo Izquierdo, where we install all our prototypes. So the reality has already been said by our previous speaker, and in the opening session, more than 600 million people still lack access to electricity all around the world. More than 2.2 billion people without safe managed drinking water, and more than 3.5 billion people without safe managed sanitation. And most of this population are concentrated in sub-Saharan countries. And in addition, the climate change with increasing temperature and the water stress that is causing with the explosion of our groundwater sources. So I'm going to show you 4 of the projects that we are developing or we have developed that goes from the highest technology we develop down to how we apply the different technology to isolated community, rural isolated community in Africa. So the first one is DESAL 2.0. We work as well we develop new technology. We work also with the existing technology. In the Canary Islands, most of our water, the water that is supplied for the population comes from reverse osmosis. So we have developed the most energy efficient desalination plant in the world, achieving 1.794 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. And we have even registered in the Guinness World Records. So why is so important for us? As you see in the map, our eastern islands, Lanzarote, Fuerteventura, Gran Canaria, most of the water that is supplied for the population come from reverse osmosis desalination. As we move to the eastern islands, there are more groundwater sources, so the desalination decrease. But anyway, within time, we move to more desalination water because we are over-exploring all around the world our groundwater sources. Also, as it has been already said here, most of the cost, the highest cost in the OPEX is the energy, the cost of energy. So internationally, normally is around 25%. Sorry, between 30 and 50% of the cost of electricity for reverse osmosis seawater. We are talking always about seawater desalination. In our case, this decrease is around 20 to 25% in the Canary Island public fleet. So with this solution, we can decrease between 5 and 6% of the total OPEX in our fleet, and internationally between 9 and 30%. So we're that in the Canary Islands, 6.2% of all the electricity generated is used for desalination. So that means that we spend 125 million euros per year, that was in 2025, only to produce water. So if we can decrease at least 6% or 5%, is already a good step forward in order to decrease the cost of producing water from reverse osmosis. So the project has been done in 4 phases, started in 2021. We are talking about a 2,500 cubic meters per day desalination unit. Later we moved to a 5,000, and now we are scaling up to 6,500. It has already been said here how this has been decreased, the energy efficiency through these last 40 years. So we moved from the turbines, later Pelton turbines, then the isobaric chamber, and the new generation membranes, up to this solution where we achieve less than 2 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. How we do it? How we did it? So the hydraulic design was optimized to modeling it numerically and choosing the highest performance equipment on the market. We also combine the membranes within the tubes, so we get a more diluted brine that does not need chemicals in the pretreatment. So we decrease the cost of electricity, and we build it modular, so it can be used, replicable, and used at different scales. And well, it was been hours, so it was mostly to show that we achieve a world record. And nowadays we are replicating, producing this technology in or our 8 islands with a higher desalination unit. This is to say, as it was marked in the opening session, that we are connected with the need of our islands. This is our government give us mandates. We do it. We find the finances to do it because many of these projects are not financed by completely by our government, but we have to search out the finance, and we apply it for our island to provide solutions, real solutions. And these desalination plants that are being built now, we are commissioning some of them, are for water supply production, but also for irrigation, for agriculture. The second project is ED Water, is a desalination innovation living lab, is financed at 85% by the Interreg MAC program, and the rest by our government, regional government of the Canary Islands, and it connects industry, academia, and public bodies to accelerate the transfer of research and develop results into the market. So it's focused to apply research, innovation, and technology development with the industrial water cycle, and specifically starts smart specialization in desalination, circular economy practice, and the integration of water system with renewable energy. I'm just going to point out two actions of the ED Water project, very concrete. The first one is ODEMAR, is a software that uses intelligence artificial to improve the renewable desalination. So it can work with off-grid system and grid connected, either with self-consumption with management or self-consumption with management. What that means is that the production can follow the demand or not, as we choose. The advantage is that we get a competitive cost to produce water, less dependence on electricity price, as we are facing nowadays due to this global situation, and we improve the local job creation. And in the environmental side, we produce water for people and irrigation independent on rainfalls. So we avoid aquifer overexploitation also, and we carry on with renewable. In the software, it demands some inputs. The most accurate the input we give, the better output we will get. So some of the inputs in general are water demand and annual variation, desalination water quality that we are asking for, the plant of renewable energy park and the location, the seawater extraction options, where we will take the water from, and the wind spin and solar radiation, what are our renewable energy sources, and also the distance to grid connections. In the technical side, the generation, transport, and storage of electricity, and concerning water, the desalination system, pump, pipes, water tanks, seawater intakes. This is to give the system most of the technical data that is available. And the economic side, the cost of the system, all the system, financial and operation and management costs, and also obviously the cost of the electricity. And what do we get? Technically, the renewable energy park, either wind, solar, or a combination of both, and the battery and power and energy. The size and number of reverse osmosis lines, and the size of the tank for accumulation water. In the operational size, the generation, the reverse osmosis module activation, when it will work, and for how many hours, how much time, and the revolution in time. And concerning water, the desalination water production and storage water evolution. And in the economic part, the cost for each cubic meter producer and grid connected cost, and the minimum cost of meter cubic producer with self-consumption with or without selling the surplus to the grid. So an example is desalination is normally a constant demand with no variation, but we can adapt the demand to the renewable energy source. So that allowed us to follow the demand, follow the production, do the production, that the production of water follows the renewable energy sources in real time. Some examples, this is a simulation done taking into account the pumping or without taking into account are for that price of electricity, that cost. But at a plant, that means that we don't take into account the pumping with a 0.18 euro per kilowatt hour. So we get a reduction from 0.8 euro per meter cubic meter to 0.451 euro per cubic meter. And you have there the percentage of each expenses. We can simulate many different options concerning the power of the renewable energy park, the modules of reverse osmosis that we are expecting, and also the capacity of the tank. So we can get when is best to disconnect to get off grid our desalination plant. In this case, for the simulation, up to considering pumping, if the cost of electricity is higher than 0.20 euro, it's best to disconnect the plant and produce electricity for the plant only with renewable energy. Okay, the second action within the ED Water project is the acceleration program. Is an opportunity to drive innovation in a real environment. So that means that we provide the infrastructure and the service so other entities can test and develop their solutions. So concerning desalination, water reclamation and reuse, it's possible to design, test and validation of technology for potable water production and reuse. Concerning hydraulic, we have the hydraulic network management for digitalization, leak detection and efficiency, improvement in urban and agricultural networks. Concerning the decarbonization of infrastructure, integration of renewable and storage in water infrastructure to reduce their carbon footprints, and as it has been also said, the valorization of liquid discharge, mainly the brines. So we do the mining of the brine, getting out minerals from the brine, following quite a complicated technology. This is all just another world. It's really large, these actions, the actions here. The third project is DESALINATION. It's a desalination unit powered by energy of the ocean. This is by the waves. So it's a solution that is efficient and sustainable with efficient and sustainable design. Is the couplet of the grid, so it doesn't consume the electricity from the grid. It's scalable and replicable, and it gives an answer to the Iceland challenge. And the fourth project is the WACTIT project. So now we move how to apply this technology to coastal isolated community in West Africa. So the main objective of this project is to provide basic needs concerning electricity, water, wastewater treatment, waste treatment, urban planning and food security to one community in Senegal, one in Gambia, one in Ghana, and two in Sao Tome and Principe. So the key point is how we do it. If we move all around the world, we can see that in isolated areas, what is most common is to see projects abandoned or that are not well operating. That happens to the Japanese, to the Americans, to the Chinese, to the Europeans. This is very, very common. So after more than 25 years doing cooperation project, how we do it in order to minimize the probability of to be bound on the project. Is we spend a lot of time to listen to the community, to detect the real needs of the community, not what we think they need. We develop a bottom-up approach. We develop an equal-to-equal network with our African partners. We choose, and this is a very important point, we choose the most adequate technology for each community. So in the Canary Islands, we are developing a really high quality technology projects, but rarely, not to say never, we use the last technology in the isolated communities. But the community that is most robust for that community, that technology may be different from one community to the other within the same country. It's not the same to put a desalination plant near Tanger that to put it in the Atlas, because at Tanger we have some capacity, we can hire engineers or some personnel that won't take long to get to the community, but at the Atlas it won't be the same case. Also, we work always with the national and regional entities. We go to the African countries to help its government, not to double the actions. To me, we go below. We go, okay, we are ready for help. Do you need help or not? If yes, where and to do what? So we never double actions. We never compete with the national government, but we work with them, and we must always have the legal authorization by the government to work in the communities. And obviously the trainings so we can do the technology, the transfer of the technology, and we don't finish at the commissioning, but we include, in this project we have included a period of management, operation and maintenance to transfer the technology to the beneficiary. Some of the action briefly: a microgrid in Hitu, Senegal and Kudantenda, photovoltaic power with batteries. One is it will be grid connected when the grid comes, and the other is in an island, so it's isolated, completely isolated. In the water size, we study carefully the current situation, we do the analysis, and we propose treatments adapted to each case. What we find mostly is microbiological contamination and also lack of minerals in some communities. But in most of the community, the water that they drink is not drinkable, is not potable within the OMS advice. We also work in the refrigeration size because they are coastal community, so they need ice, and all the refrigeration equipments in the market are energy-borne. They demand a lot of energy, while our solutions should be provide with renewable energy. So it has no sense to produce ice 25 hours using a lot of batteries. That won't have any sense. So we have to size the system in order to provide a solution to each community, considering different scenarios and the equipment that are available in the market. Also, we work with the wastewater size in the rural community. Normally, they have no toilets, so what solution we can implement it? Waste treatment. In the communities that we work, the waste treatment normally is not within their needs. They need electricity, they need water, so waste they just throw it there. Well, we know that reality, so we try little by little. Enough. They get more conscious of the situation because the waste treatment is directly related with health. And to finish, much better. In Sao Tome and Príncipe, we are working two communities where the main need it was to provide quality water in quality and quantity. So this is a very simple system. They have already water from the river and they treat it. The key question here is how we do it. So it's not difficult to treat water from the river, but here, Sao Tome is quite a poor country. There are many technologies how we can do it. So what we did is we spent a lot of time to know how they do it. And we choose the technology that they are already implemented. And we improve it also, obviously. What is the main problem here is they have microbiological contamination with E. coli, and they have a lack of minerals. So we can do this solution in many ways, but depending of the way that we choose, system will have higher probability to succeed in time or less probability. So our main goal is that the system lasts in time, not only to finish the system. We have done that many times, but what happens when we leave? Key point. So obviously we include training either in our facilities and as well as in its countries. And we are very aligned of what the authorities just said in the opening session, is to provide service looking for the common good. That is, that all of us develop, not only us as European, but all of the partners we work with. So we all live in peace and we all live well with our basic needs covered. That way we can develop all.
Very much sorry for clear and concise question. Any
Thank you, Professor Javier, for this massive and presentation. I mean, just I'm wondering, when we talk about powering desalination units with renewables, obviously, as you mentioned, so is off-grid and grid. In the case of off-grid, so the batteries are still expensive. So I believe that oversizing is the approach that is used, so you produce enough water for your use during the day. But I'm wondering also, we can maybe consider also oversizing also the production of electricity from renewables, eventually PV panels, for example. In the case, if the legislation can allow. In Morocco, we have just enforced one new law. I'm not sure it will be enabler because it's not, because we are just giving the right to the farmer or the individuals to produce, to inject 20% of the excess into the grid. So I mean, in the case of better legislation could allow the user to inject in the grid, we can maybe produce more electricity, cheap electricity from your solar panels, and then that will subsidize your, your cost of cubic meter. So I don't know if, otherwise at large scale, as I mentioned, in Morocco, we are building, when we build a desalination plant somewhere, we build a, a wind farm or a solar park elsewhere, producing the electricity needed by these plants. Last comment regarding the, I don't know how potential is the use of marine or wave energy. I know, for example, Ocean was his company from Norway. I was at the beginning working with Sebastian and his colleagues developing this idea. I know they got €6 million from the EU to install the pilot in your institute. But I didn't hear from them if there is any promising results in terms of upscaling, because I know it's a pilot. So do you have any, expectation from this pilot? Thank you.
So to answer not to answer because it's one other question, but to add more information about the first theme that you said, we as a public company, we started 30 years ago our administrative procedures to inject energy from solar facilities that was done, will be done by particulars as well as company. This is, we do all the administrative procedures also for our government. and we help our partners to do them. For example, we have helped the Senegalese government to do their administrative procedures. Nowadays, our law is really, really strict. Everything is clear. If you want to connect your desalination unit to the grid, you must follow. If you want to install a renewable energy, either for the house, for the industry desalination plant, it's a clear procedure. And there is this option of self-consumption industry, so you can have, and we have helped some companies to do that. You have your desalination plan, and you submit your demand to have a self-consumption option with renewable energy. It has a quite detailed procedure, so it's feasible. Obviously, as you remarked, the use of renewable energy for desalination has a limit. Let's say it's more for low and medium scale, but as we move to big, large-scale desalination unit, it has no sense because of the power needed. Although, for example, the Canary Islands, there are a lot of small desalination units for the industrial tourist sector, medium scale where it's applicable. So we have the option of having, for example, the wind farm just near or far away, as you mentioned. Key point is that the electricity that is produced by the renewable energy plant must be used at 80%, if I'm not wrong, for the production. But there are other options. In any case, what it counts is the balance. Case is grid connected. It's not grid connected, it's direct consumption. Concerning the second theme, Oceanis is partner of this project. So concerning wave using of maritime energy, there are many prototypes that are developing in the Canary Islands. So we have choose the one that we believe are the best one because of our experience. So they are all at the current time at prototype level, but there are different solutions. They are being already testing 3-5 years.
Thank you very much. We have
Hello, sir. You talked about a cost of something around 45 cents for the production of water based on renewable energies. For what scale was that studied? Is it for medium scale plants, for big scale plants? You also talked about Guinness World Record about the energy efficiency. Is it CapEx equivalent, or does it mean an increase or decrease in CapEx to reach that lower OpEx?
Okay, for the first one is medium scale. The answer is medium scale. I think it's around 2,500, but I'm not sure, cubic meters per day production at cost of so okay, here you have different options and the cost of the production per meter cube. Here have in the second line, this is the production of reverse osmosis. So the first one is 2,500 module. Most of them is 2,500 of them, that scale. Concerning the second question, come again, please.
Question was about the energy efficiency.
Yes,
that
okay.
was developed.
Yes, sorry.
And if it comes with a greater cap or
No, that is only as our colleague from the previous presentation said, is how much can we get close to the thermodynamic limit? So it's considering only the technical side, not the economical side. But how much efficient our process can we achieve? Because as much efficient, most of also a colleague from the Plataforma Solar de Almería pointed out, most of the water that is produced all around the world, sensation comes from reverse osmosis. So as much as we can decrease efficiency of the cost of the electricity produced cubic meter, the more efficient, but it's only considering the electricity efficiency.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? So, thank you very much for the answer. We move next presentation. Professor Mohammed Jamil from also the Northumbria University of UK, Morocco. Professor Mohammed is an assistant professor in mechanical engineering at Northumbria University. He previously served as a chief technology officer for Ecotech, Innovate UK spin-out. His research focuses heavily on indirect evaporative systems, energy efficiency, desalination techniques, net zero technologies, and applying machine learning to sustainable design. His presentation today is about machine learning based improved desalination pilot system designed for future sustainability.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Professor Aisha, for organizing this excellent event. And without wasting any time on the significance of water desalination, because the session has been very crowded with this type of discussions, and everyone know about the significance, I will directly come to the point. I am Mohammed Ahmad. So we are currently taking a new direction in this water desalination sector, where we are applying the machine learning models. So that's why I brought one of the case study that we recently conducted using the real experimental data on MED-AD system. So basically the idea is to minimize the energy consumption and find out the optimal operational points, because in large scale desalination system, the combinatory effects of different parameters, you cannot figure them out apparently looking at the plant, like if I increase the temperature and flow rate in a similar trend, how the plant will behave. So in today we will be discussing about desalination technologies in terms why we selected MED and why machine learning, and then a case study, and definitely we got some very good results from that, and then how we are moving in the future for getting better results. So definitely I'll not be going into that again, the details. The availability of fresh water is a big problem and everyone knows it. But the more alarming situation is if we look at the energy and CO2 statistics, they are exponentially increasing, because desalination is the only practical solution. So we have to adopt this solution and we have to deal with these issues. So that's how we are looking at this water desalination problem. So there is a big mismatch between demand and supply, particularly in large parts of the world. Despite the fact that we are from UK, we have plenty of water available, but there are parts where the only human needs are not even met from the available water. So the desalination is the solution, but the carbon and energy footprints are really alarming because the capacity is increasing continuously for human factors, for economic growth, etc. In membrane-based desalination system, definitely RO is very established, very energy efficient. It has some limitations like very sensitive to feed quality. In thermal-based desalination, MSF and MED are the two terms that we normally hear because these are the two only established technologies that have been deployed on the industrial scale. And particularly MED is very attractive and lucrative option if we look at the thermal desalination systems because one of the biggest strength of this system is that it can use low grade heat, and in particularly in industrial cases where we have the industries operating, we have plenty of waste heat available. So that's why these systems can use that byproduct heat to run their main operation. So that's why we selected this technology to work on from this machine learning side. So other technologies are also available, which are just on the lab scale in most of the cases. In MED, another strength is that it can be hybridized with other desalination technologies to boost the product because overall the system production capacity can be boosted by integrating it with other systems like AD adsorption systems, which has higher affinity for the vapor production, and that's how we got first innovation by integrating it with the AD system, and the second one was by applying the machine learning models. So these things we have pretty much covered. But if we look closely at the research available on this MED system, despite the fact that these are one of the top-notch thermal side systems, most of the MED research is on the theoretical or simulation based because these are the big systems and their installation, their manufacturing, and then running on the large scale is not very frequently available. Secondly, the real operational data from working MED plants is very scarce. We don't have much of the data like ROs because they operate in very distinct areas and we have a plenty of data sets available. Thirdly, when we apply conventional simulation models, like including heat transfer, energy equations, we have to invest a lot of computational time on these models to get some realistic results. And similarly, we have to incorporate a lot of assumptions as well, like steady state heat transfer, similarly feed quality, similarly on the feed qualities, and what's going on inside the system, and we cannot 100% capture through the simulation side. So that's why we came on this side. When we have a practically experimental actual data, why not let's try some machine learning models to get some realistic results. So that's why the first reason was that this machine learning can easily understand directly what's happening in the plant from the real operational data. Secondly, it don't require that much computational time because it's not dealing with the complex physics going on. It's relying on the results that are coming from the plant. And thirdly, if we want to change the situation or the operational strategy, it can easily adapt to that mechanism without modifying the large set of equations in conventional simulations. And similarly, we can employ the best developed model, not specifically for water production, but from any of the other thermal system, that those models can be implemented on MED systems as well. So this is how we come up with this opportunity, where we had very extensive experimental data, and then we started refining the data points. And this is how we developed this case study on the MED-AD pilot system using machine learning. So this is one of the plant. Basically, two plants are available right now. One of was in National University of Singapore. Professor Vakil is there. So basically, he designed and developed it over there, and then did some extensive experimentation. And a similar or a better plant was then later installed in King Abdullah University, where I also had a chance to travel and to run some experiments to collect data. So in the first stage, that again, I'm not explaining how it works. It's very simple. We just produce steam in a steam generator. We give it in the first effect, where we shower feed from the outside, and then vapors are collected as a condensate that is quite pure, and we can use it for the drinking purposes. So this is how it simply operates. So we operated in a similar manner, but at different input parameters, like by changing the temperatures, flow rates, and then distribution among different among different evaporators to collect the data that we needed for the for this machine learning model. So after this extensive experimentation, we collected data from the King Abdullah University setup, and then we started this machine learning pipeline modeling. So where the very first step in machine learning was to go for the data pre-processing, because when we are running the industrial plants, definitely we also have a lot of noise from the data that we get, the real data, not the dummy data set generated from the simulations that we can control very well. But in experimental setups, it's very difficult to control the behavior of the plant. Every time you run it on different operating conditions, you see new challenges. So then we developed few and applied few machine learning models to test which machine learning model adapts best on these kind of setups and the systems. And then we conducted a data analysis, and finally we went for the optimization to see that if we can suggest some of the parameters on which this plant should operate most of the time to get optimal results. So here are some of the details that about the data that we collected. And after that, so here we tested this system on 3 different temperatures, despite the fact that the range is broader. But for machine learning analysis, we focused from 40 to 60 degrees, where we were taking the data for to observe the performance of the plant. And the output parameters we measured was the water production in liters per minute. So we monitor different parameters like hot water inlet temperature. Similarly, how much feed we were feeding to the first steam generator, to the first effect, the second effect, and this is how we varied different parameters and collected data about the water production. So then we started applying models like the very first and the baseline one is linear regression. Then ANN, very famous one, artificial neural network, then sport vector regression, random forest, and then gradient boosted regression. And surprisingly, among all these, maybe you have heard about ANN very frequently, but there is another one, random forest one, which predicts these kind of plants very accurately compared to all models. So we compared their accuracies in terms of R square, and then RMSE, and you can see that this random forest was giving the best prediction capabilities for these type of industrial plants. So it's one of the finding. We did some comparative studies, and maybe for the future students who are working on this side, you should not only rely on the famous machine learning models like AN or CNN. You should rather try some other one as well, because they can also predict these systems which are very complex in a more accurate way compared to the very fancy name models. So surprisingly, the second one was GBR, not the ANN. So this is how we come up with these model, and based by using these models, now we are developing a control strategy where we can control actually the plant inputs. It's a controller design, and one of our collaborator from UCL basically is working on this side to develop the actual controller that can be integrated with these plants to actually operate these plants on the optimal values. So after that, since we had a very rigorous data, we also did some feature importance analysis that somehow is a branch of that sensitivity analysis, where we can see that how different parameters, if we vary them, how plant will behave, so that we can find out the most critical parameters in terms of production. One thing is thermodynamically or theoretically saying, the other thing is that actually varying these parameters, how these are going to affect the actual plant performance. So the very first thing that we figure out was the hot water temperature. Has the highest importance in terms of MED-AD hybrid system operation. Similarly, steam generator feed, and first evaporator, then second evaporator, and finally the feed of the last evaporator, which is I think the minimally efficient evaporator even in these systems. So some of the We also did some global ranking for these things. For example, if we go for high T hot in, it is a very dominant driver, and it can definitely boost the overall water production in the system, and similarly for other parameters as well. So this is how we summarize the things like what we achieved with that. In averagely, the plant was operating for 0.39 liter per minute. Averagely means that you consider all the conditions that you go through the plant. But the best can go is 1.36, which is not possible for all the time that the system can operate on the maximum capacity. But the parameters that we figured it out, that if you consider the combinatory effects of these parameters, like T hot should be, what feed should be, what feed flow rate should be, if you apply this combinatory effect and you input these parameters to the plant, its production will jump from 0.39 liter per minute to 1.27 liters per minute, which is quite higher. So these kind of plants which operate on average conditions, if you give them the optimal one that you figure out from their own data, you can boost the water production of these plants. So this is how we got some very attractive results. So based on these results, basically we are developing the controller system for our plant. So these are again the same things that I just mentioned from the key takeaways from the presentation. Like random forest can go for a very good prediction quality for these type of plants. Secondly, this feature importance analysis can give you a clear idea with which parameters you should play with, rather than just going randomly with one parameter and another. But it can give you the that you should develop. And finally, that we are now working on the controller design, and that controller is going to boost the water production, and the overall energy consumption of the plant is going to go down when we go for the specific energy consumption and CO2. So this is how we have done this, and we are working on this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. It was a new topic this morning, was all about the other side of the project. Now we have some machine learning and AI aspects of the project. So we move to questions. Do you have any questions?
Hi, sir. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It's really helpful, especially as a student in renewable energy. My question is, I just wrote it down, so I'm just gonna read it. In slide 12, you mentioned that a control strategy can be developed based on random forest model. My question is, if the control strategy relies on data predicted by random forest model rather than real-time measurements from the mid-system, etc., so how can we ensure reliable control based on that performance? Because the model outputs are only predicted, if you get what I'm trying to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So since we are not developing random forest based control strategy based on the data taken from another plant, rather we are using the data taken from the same plant. But what we want is that if the output requirements of the plant change suddenly, the plant should adapt itself to those changes. So that's how we are developing the control. So one thing is to developing the control based on a theoretical data. So in that case, definitely your assumption is correct that we cannot rely on that. We cannot rely on the accuracy of that one. But these are all the experiments that we have done in the past on the same plant under different conditions. So from there we are learning this, and we are just simply feeding into the data to the plant so that it can adapt to those changes to get the maximum production. Yes, it is. Yes. So that's the idea to develop the control rather than just simply giving in the input parameters. Otherwise, we can simply give these parameters input to the system through human to machine interface that we normally have in these kind of plants. We have another question from that side.
For your presentation, I'd like to know data processing techniques that you use, like data. I just wanted to know.
Very much. So there are different techniques that we use. For example, we have the cleaning tools, Python-based cleaning tools that we employed just to reduce the noise through visualization of the data as well. Because this is the data that we are quite expert in experimentally. So that's why we can figure out about the noises. And secondly, these plants are very stable. We don't need to work that much to clear out the noise from this kind of experimentation that we are doing on a system that we developed. I mean, we are running that system. But your question is very valid. If you are getting data from a third source and there are a lot of noises in there, you cannot directly rely on development of machine learning models using their data. So for that cases, we use the Python based tool. Simply you can just figure out the noise. You can use they have the developed libraries for that. We use the regression based models as well that can simply compare the two different aspects of the data and then come up with the noises by indicating the points that we need to remove from. We also did similar study for the cooling applications as well, where we developed the correlations. So in those correlations, we also faced this issue where we were having a lot of outliers in the data. So we need to figure them out. We also developed some regression based model over there to compare two-step verification, like the plant operating at certain conditions and another condition. So for example, the unseen conditions, if come within that data range, so we can just simply predict between the interpolation of the 2 points to figure out that if it's not working fine in that range or not.
Thank you very much, dear professor. Before we will give call Professor we call Mr. Hisham Bouzian to give the certificates to our keynote. Give the certificate to Professor Mohammed Ahmed Jamil. Thank you. We call Professor Atman to give the certificate to Professor Wakil Shahzad. Thank you. And we call Professor Sorak to give the certificate to Professor Javier. Thank you very much.
So we call now Professor Jawad Al-Kharraz to give the certificate to our moderator, Professor Ikram Abdul Wahab. Thank you. So now we call to Professor Salima to give the certificate to our moderator, Professor Nasser. Thank you. So before moving to panel 2, we'd like to make like a picture, all of us, inshallah. So join us together.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to special session 2. I can call Mr. Hisham Hussein to the front stage. Dr. Fedwa S. Zanouni. Hope I got that well. Please to the stage, and Mr. Husama Fedan. And the moderator for this will be Mr. Khalid Temamani. Thank you very much. To you, sir.
Known as Professor Jawad Al-Kharra. Thank you.
Rebonjour tout le monde. Donc on va, c'est la dernière session avant le... je sais que tout le monde est hyper fatigué, tout le monde est à faim. Et donc, vu ces conditions environnementales et, et humaines, j'ai changé de stratégie pour modérer cette session en espérant et en essayant que ça va être beaucoup plus allégé d'une telle manière qu'on pourra, d'ici maximum 30 minutes, terminer cette session. Vous êtes d'accord? Donc, mes chers amis, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un véritable plaisir de vous accueillir à cette session consacrée à un thème devenu l'un des plus stratégiques de notre époque, à savoir Water Security, Governance, Diplomacy and the Water Energy Food Nexus. Donc, ce sont des mots-clés qui sont devenus très, très répandus. Tout le monde en parle parce que finalement, c'est une nécessité. Et donc, ça rejoint ce qui a été dit ce matin, à savoir travailler dans un mode intégré où des spécialités et des secteurs différents travaillent main dans la main avec un même objectif au lieu de perditionner l'énergie, les moyens humains et financiers et pour avoir des résultats qui ne sont pas ceux auxquels on s'attendait. Donc, comme vous le savez, l'eau est aujourd'hui au cœur des grands défis mondiaux et conditionne la sécurité alimentaire. Ça, vous le savez. Malheureusement, nous vivons dans un pays, parmi les rares pays dans le monde, Madame Delaunay qui est là, j'espère que je ne vais pas dire une bêtise, et ce ne sera pas une bêtise, c'est qu'on consomme à peu près 85% de nos ressources en eau en agriculture. C'est vraiment un des rares pays dans le monde, je dis bien dans le monde, je l'ai toujours dit dans les moyens de communication, c'est quelque chose qu'il va falloir revoir et arrêter de faire ça, parce que l'eau peut servir à autre chose. Donc, sécurité alimentaire, la production d'énergie. Bon, production d'énergie maintenant, la tendance, bon, l'hydroélectrique, bien sûr, tout le monde le connaît. Ah, bon, je suis quelqu'un qui défend beaucoup la question de l'hydrogène vert. Donc, l'hydrogène, c'est une source d'énergie. Donc, production d'hydrogène vert va être peut-être dans le mix énergétique futur une composante importante. La santé publique, l'utilisation de l'eau, la croissance économique, l'industrie, la stabilité sociale, de plus en plus les relations entre les États. Donc, on en a parlé ce matin. Alors, sous l'effet combiné du changement climatique, comme d'habitude, de la croissance de la pression sur les ressources en eau, de l'urbanisation, évolution des modes de consommation, toutes les ressources en eau sont soumises à des pressions sans précédent. Selon les Nations Unies, près de 4 milliards de personnes connaissent déjà une pénurie d'eau d'au moins 1 mois par an. Et cette situation devrait s'aggraver. Dans ce contexte, garantir la sécurité devient un impératif non seulement environnemental, mais aussi économique, géopolitique et sécuritaire. Alors pour le Maroc, cette problématique est en réalité quotidienne. On en a parlé ce matin. Notre pays figure parmi les pays en situation de stress hydrique. On a parlé ce matin d'un quota de 2500 mètres cubes par habitant par an très longtemps, années 60, puis après on est passé maintenant à 600 mètres cubes par habitant par an. Tout le monde connaît ce chiffre-là. Et pour résoudre cette question-là. Alors que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé fixe pour chaque individu quelque chose comme 1000 mètres cubes par habitant par an, vraiment loin de cela. Les sécheresses successives, la baisse des précipitations, l'irrégularité des rapports hydriques et l'augmentation des besoins agricoles, urbains et industriels profonde de notre manière de gérer cette ressource. Face à cette situation, le Maroc a mis en place des stratégies. On en a parlé ce matin, je ne vais pas répéter, le programme national d'approvisionnement en eau potable et irrigation, le programme en matière d'utilisation de l'efficacité énergétique d'abord et énergie renouvelable, et l'utilisation des eaux usées traitées. Merci beaucoup. Et bien sûr, la modernisation de notre système d'irrigation, goutte à goutte, entre autres, et aussi le renforcement de la gouvernance intégrée des ressources en eau à travers les agences de bassin hydraulique que nous connaissons. Cette expérience illustre bien entendu parfaitement le concept du Water Energy Food Nexus. Produire davantage d'eau grâce au dessalement nécessite de l'énergie, tandis que le recours aux énergies renouvelables permet de réduire les coûts et les émissions de carbone. Mais les infrastructures à elles seules ne suffisent pas. Les défis actuels exigent une gouvernance moderne, une coopération entre les secteurs, matériels et autres, et une diplomatie de l'eau capable de prévenir les tensions et les mécanismes de financement innovants pour renforcer la résilience des territoires. Sur les territoires. Alors, pour tout cela, notre panel aujourd'hui rassemble des experts de premier plan qui partageront leur analyse et leurs expériences sur ces questions essentielles. Ensemble, nous tenterons de répondre à une interrogation fondamentale qui est comment faire de l'eau non plus une source de vulnérabilité, mais un levier de coopération, de résilience et de développement durable. Donc, le panel que nous avons aujourd'hui, tout d'abord, je vous présente les excuses de Madame la ministre Sharafat Safilel. Elle a dû rentrer sur Rabat pour des raisons professionnelles et donc elle ne sera pas parmi nous. Mais en même temps, je voudrais remercier vraiment fortement mon ami, frère et collègue, le docteur Jawad Al-Kharraz, qui a bien accepté à la toute dernière minute de siéger à ce panel et connaissant ses capacités professionnelles, ses capacités scientifiques et techniques, je savais qu'il n'allait pas dire non, donc parmi nous. Jawad, il a été déjà présenté ce matin, donc il est CEO de WESN, donc c'est Water Energy Climate Network, Energy Climate Network, et Jawad Al-Kharraz, c'est quelqu'un qui un grand scientifique qui a sillonné le monde, travaillé dans le domaine du dessalement de l'eau, domaine de l'énergie. Il a des concepts à lui qu'il essaie de faire avancer dans le monde scientifique. On a aussi un deuxième panéliste qui est M. Hicham Bouziane, qui représente aujourd'hui le conseil régional Tanger-Seton-le-Hoceima. Hicham, je le connais depuis très longtemps, quelqu'un de très actif dans le domaine de l'environnement, du climat, de la gestion journalière et la gestion territoriale d'un point de vue de soutenabilité et développement durable. Donc, merci d'avoir accepté d'être parmi nous. On a aussi Madame Dr Fadwa Sanouni, qui va représenter la branche eau de l'ONE, donc l'Office national de l'eau et de l'électricité. Merci d'avoir accepté de siéger à ce panel. Et finalement, on a Monsieur Oussama Fdan, qui est fondateur de Nour Business Advisory, une entreprise, je pense, marocaine, pourrait peut-être en dire un peu la structure qu'il représente, avec un plaisir. Donc, l'approche qu'on a adoptée, c'est qu'ils ne vont pas présenter des PAO, à part Madame Fadwa peut-être une dizaine de minutes maximum, mais j'ai deux questions à leur poser. La même question pour les 4 panélistes. Round 1, première question. Après round 2, quand ils auront fini, une deuxième question. Et moi, ces réponses à eux, j'ai besoin d'un petit carnet pour noter des points clés de leur ça. Donc voilà, ça c'est l'approche qu'on va adopter et on va leur demander vraiment dans leurs réponses d'être bref, s'il vous plaît, quand vous répondez à la question, ne dépassez pas 5 à 6 minutes. Sauf pour vous, Madame Edouard, vous avez une présentation de 10 minutes déjà, donc soit vous ne répondez pas à ma question, soit vous y répondez durant votre présentation. Comme ça? Alors, première question. Le Maroc, comme de nombreux pays, fait face à un stress hydrique croissant qui affecte simultanément les secteurs de l'eau, de l'énergie et de l'agriculture. Au regard de votre expérience que vous représentez, quel est aujourd'hui le principal défi à relever pour garantir la sécurité hydrique et quelles devraient être les priorités d'action au cours des 10 prochaines années? Alors, je vais donner la parole à Jawad. Tu peux commencer. Donc, 5-6 minutes, moins. Donc, à toi la parole. Bien, sinon, je te donne le microphone. Ah.
Merci, Sir Khalid, pour la présentation et de m'avoir donné la parole. Je ne sais pas si vous pourrez parler en anglais, comme ça on, on a l'occasion d'avoir aussi l'engagement de nos amis de Pakistan et de la Jordanie, etc. Donc, yes, thanks for the question, Sir Khalid. Obviously, as already explained this morning, so we have common challenges. All Mediterranean and North African countries. So we have water scarcity, we have impacts of climate change that are exacerbating this. And obviously we have the population growth, we have economic growth, touristic growth. So all this obviously add more pressure on water resources. We look at the 1960s, in Morocco we had 2,500 cubic meters per habitat per year. Now we are talking about getting closer to 500. So we are really reaching the water scarcity limit. So to face this, obviously, Morocco has a national strategy, has a potable water implementation plan, and has a lot of projects in the pipeline. Obviously, when we talk about facing water scarcity and these kind of challenges, we need to look at the supply and the demand side. Generally, we talk about integrated water resource management. So how can we really find the balance to manage these resources while we are reducing the demand, at the same time we are increasing the supply when it's needed. Obviously, at the level of decision making, we cannot wait. In some cases, I remember, I don't know, 20 years or something like that, even in Tangier, we had a sort of water shortage. They had to bring water by boat from Al Jadida. So sometimes it could happen this kind of challenges. Even in Barcelona, we witnessed it also, like probably also 20 years ago. They took water by boat from Marseille. So obviously, to avoid this kind of situations and to have a sort of proactive management, also because, as I said, we have now consecutive drought seasons. We witnessed 7 years of drought. Just, I mean, last year, I mean, this year we had better seasons, and also we have flash floods. This is another challenge in many areas. So we have this challenge of flash floods. So torrential rain or a lot of rain in a very little period, which has obviously which impact, has some damages, economic and human damages. And fortunately, alhamdulillah, in early this year we had a risk in Qasr Kabir, but we have to recognize that authorities, I mean, did the right measures to avoid any impact. So I come back to the question: how can we manage this at the level of demand? So there is a lot of things to do, because once we have irrigation, agriculture is consuming more than 80% of the water resource in Morocco. We're talking about 85, 87%. So a lot of water is used in irrigation. And still we have a low efficiency of irrigation systems. Obviously, we did a lot of improvements in modernizing the irrigation and using drip irrigation, using modern technologies, etc. But still, I think we have margin to improve water use efficiency in agriculture. Sometimes we talk about water productivity. I mean, with less drops of water, we produce more crops. And we are using different kinds of technologies, remote sensing. In the past, when I did my PhD a long time ago, we used the satellite data to estimate evapotranspiration, some other kind of parameters to really give the right amount of water to the crops. Also, we can optimize everything, the fertilizers, the type of soil, etc. And this is done now very easily with AI, Internet of Things. We have sensors, smart sensors that we can install in the farms, and we can have really data in real time. We can manage this, but still, it's not that we have margin. I mean, to expand this, because this is still limited to some areas like Sousmassa and some areas where we have a lot of production, agriculture areas. Also, we have another issue, which is no revenue water, the water which is lost in the distribution network. So many cities in Morocco, we have, sometimes we reach 40% of no revenue water. A huge amount of water is lost in distribution network, or maybe there are some people who steal water here and there. So that we call no revenue water. So we need to deal with this. Obviously, ONI, which is the main distributor in Morocco, now we have SRM. Each region we have a distributor of water. But in the past, we have only responsible on this distribution of water in almost all Morocco, except Amandis here in Tangier, etc. But I mean, we need to. It needs a lot of money, because we need to install sensors to make sure that we detect the leakage real time. Money to keep this over the years, it needs money. So a lot of investment, and municipalities and the cities cannot afford sometimes to have enough budget to handle this. That's why we talk about PPP as a framework to enable this public-private partnership. That we invite the private sector to invest in the sector in a win-win deal. So the authorities of the governmental side give guarantees for the private sector. The private sector invests, and he has the return of his investment. But it's not obvious, because with the water sector, water is rights. I mean, we talk about the right to water. Each citizen has the right to have water because it is a vital resource. So, like even energy or other resources. So that's the issue. And that's why investment is not that easy. A lot of private sector go to invest in other. That's why also we need to attract the private sector to invest in the water and show there are opportunities of investment and the return of investment. So this is regarding the demand. So I believe that we can do more in terms of agriculture to improve the water use efficiency. And we can do a lot also in terms of no revenue water. So that way, so we have improved the water demand. So because if you save water, you don't have to think about desalination or other infrastructure. But again, as I said before, the level decision maker or someone from the region, etc., he has to take a decision. I mean, a long-term decision, and not wait. So that's why we need to work in parallel on the demand side and supply side. The supply side, obviously, because of droughts and the climate change impact, have less water. We have more people, so I mean, this water is not enough for for the people, for our economic sectors, for our industries. So obviously, we need to find alternative water. Surface water, we have rivers, we have in terms of governance, we have a very good governance in Morocco. River basin agencies, that's basins. We have the ministry who set the policies. We have, quite a good number of institutions that are responsible on the whole things. But still, we need to find a way to manage the water better, especially groundwater. So groundwater, we have an issue here of over-exploitation. We have been for long years allowing people to over-exploit water without any just to reduce this. And this is a problem. Even when we talk about nexus, it's clear that water and energy are interconnected. Sometimes we encourage farmers to use PV, photovoltaic panels, to pump water, and then they end up by depleting the aquifer because they are just keeping pumping water. So we need to make sure that we are also adopting this nexus approach, because what is the nexus approach? It's simply we are trying to ensure water security, but not on the expense of another resource. We are ensuring water security at the same time as food security, at the same time as energy security, while we are preserving our environment or ecosystem. Because many times we care about something, we forget about the rest. Ecosystem, wetlands are important for the water as well, floods, etc. Anyway, so the next approach is important, and I'm aware that our government, they adopted this nexus. They are doing. I know the region, Hisham can talk about. We are trying to implement this concept to make sure that we are caring about the resources in a holistic way, and we are improving efficiencies of all these resources at the same time. I talked about supply. So we have a problem of groundwater. Also, we have the seawater intrusion in some areas, to Massa in some other areas, because you extract a lot of groundwater, you end up by having the seawater enter into the aquifers, and you have the salinization that increase. So at the end of the day, you need to use desalination because you don't have any other alternative to make sure this water could be used for irrigation or other purpose. And I will conclude. Sorry for being long. So for supply, water supply, we talk about no conventional water resources. So desalination, reuse, and the rainwater harvesting. Morocco has launched a very ambitious program. We read about this morning. We are targeting cubic meter per year by 2030. 17 desalination plants are in pipeline. Casablanca will be the biggest one in Africa, and we have many others. So I believe, to just conclude, we need to find the balance between supply and the demand, and we need a participatory approach, which means that we need to take into consideration what you do in your lab, what you do in the university, because there is a lot of research that could feed the decision maker with the right practices, with the right technology to improve what we are talking about. We need to involve civil society organization because they can translate the people concerns to decision maker. We need to bridge the gap between decision making, industry, the civil society. Obviously, للحديث شجون, but I will stop here for the matter of time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jawad, for your answer. Finally, you tackled also the second round of questions. So, yep, you cannot speak anymore. I will not give you the floor anymore. You tackled a lot of points, items that are included in my second round of questions. Fine, that's okay. So you mentioned, as far as I have noted, 4 important elements that provide answers, avenues to my first question. The first one is the IWRM, DWP-MED. So the integrated water resource management is the approach to in the governance of water resources in our region. And especially, I remember I worked the UFM, the Union for the Mediterranean in Barcelona, on the Mediterranean strategy for water resource management, in which the 42 actually countries were included in this project, and we end up saying that everything had to work with the country neighbor and with all the other countries, whether it is in the southern Mediterranean or in the northern Mediterranean. Anyway, the important thing is that to work in an integrated manner and to have common objectives and common grounds, which is still an issue actually to achieve objective. But anyway, the strategy is there, and I hope it will be continued with the member states of the UFM. The second point you tackled is the proactive management, especially to face adverse effects or impacts of severe weather or change. You mentioned the case of Qsar, which is a good example, and it's not a matter of having a legislative arsenal of texts, but it's also being proactive, like you just explained. Third point is to improve water use efficiency in agriculture. Just mentioned the 85% of use of water resources. And the last point was the overexploitation of groundwater. You mentioned the case of Susmasa, which is a good case to discuss at the university, scientific research, etc. So thank you so much. I will stop here. So I was told that Madame Jeannette Perrault is online. Madame Jeannette, bonjour, ou bonsoir, ou bon après-midi.
Bonjour.
Bon après-midi plutôt. C'est presque le soir chez vous. Elle est présidente de l'ambassade de l'eau, France. Merci d'être parmi nous.
Oui.
On aura le plaisir de vous écouter. Je ne sais pas si on vous a transmis la première question.
Par rapport à la stade hydrique, oui, madame.
Oui, voilà, technologie magnifique, WhatsApp. Donc, si
Ouais.
vous pouvez prendre 5 minutes, 6 minutes maximum pour un peu donner votre avis sur cette question-là, sur de votre perspective, de votre ambassade de l'eau. Voilà, vous avez la parole.
Écoutez, je suis très heureuse de vous retrouver aujourd'hui et je voudrais partager avec vous l'aventure que nous sommes en train de faire au Maroc. Le Maroc est un pays pilote pour un projet qui s'appelle UNJAI Strato. L'UNJAI, c'est l'Union mondiale des jeunes ambassadeurs de l'eau. Et Strato, c'est un des outils avec lequel on travaille et c'est un outil d'aide à la décision pour lutter contre la sécheresse. Cet outil, il a été conçu il y a une quinzaine d'années pour la stratégie eau de l'Union pour la Méditerranée. Il a été conçu justement parce que dans nos pays méditerranéens, nous avons un problème grave de sécheresse et aussi de conflit de l'eau et de partage de l'eau. Il a été conçu pour le partage transfrontalier de l'eau. Et à l'époque, lorsque nous expliquions qu'il va y avoir des températures à Paris qui sont au-delà de 30 degrés et de 35 degrés, tout le monde nous riait au nez. Sauf qu'on travaillait avec des jeunes ambassadeurs de l'eau, des jeunes universitaires, qui, eux, ils étaient persuadés qu'il fallait travailler dans ce sens. Et ils se sont battus pour que cet outil qui n'a pas été adopté, finalement, la stratégie eau n'a pas été adoptée par l'Union pour la Méditerranée, survive et qu'ils travaillent eux-mêmes avec. On a réussi à moderniser cet outil en le donnant à une institution française qui s'appelle le CEREMA, avec une seule condition, c'est qu'on puisse travailler avec à l'ambassade de l'eau en tant qu'outil académique. Ça veut dire qu'on ne fait pas de commerce avec. Actuellement, au Maroc, vous avez l'agence de bassin hydraulique du Cébou, avec qui on a travaillé sur un sous-bassin qui s'appelle l'Efrem, la région de l'Efrem. Et les jeunes ambassadeurs de l'eau, en étant encadrés par leurs professeurs, à leur tête, Madame Fatima Zahra Tabiaoui, qui est professeure à Mohammed V et qui est notre coordinatrice académique et scientifique de l'UNJAI, travaille avec 2 autres professeurs, plus des cadres de l'agence de bassin, à encadrer ces jeunes pour aller collecter des données. Et l'agence de bassin leur a donné beaucoup de données et ils se sont aperçus qu'il y en avait qui manquaient. Et eux, ils vont faire maintenant des études et des sondages sur le territoire pour pouvoir compléter les données de l'agence afin de les implémenter dans l'outil. Après, ils les formatent, bien sûr, pour que ça soit implémenté dans cet outil. Et cet outil, ce projet est pour que les jeunes ambassadeurs de l'eau participent activement à la bonne gouvernance de l'eau. Ça veut dire que notre but, ce n'est pas de mettre des jeunes sur un territoire et puis ça s'arrête là. Notre but, c'est de faire travailler ensemble les académiques, les décisionnaires sur le territoire et les scientifiques et les universités. Et c'est ce qui est en train de se faire, au point que nous avons eu une réunion avec le ministère, la direction hydraulique de l'eau au Maroc, qui veut généraliser cette expérience sur tout le territoire marocain. On a signé une convention aussi avec Tensif, donc il y a l'université Kadi Hayat qui va travailler avec l'agence de bassin chez eux. Et on a une convention avec NC et j'espère que nous allons pouvoir travailler avec l'agence de bassin aussi, l'agence de bassin hydraulique aussi dans votre région. Et la finalité de tout ce travail, c'est de pouvoir partager l'eau d'une manière équitable et surtout de pouvoir faire une concertation à la fin pour qu'on puisse travailler avec, gouverner avec la population d'une manière équitable et transparente. Ça veut dire en amont des projets, pouvoir en parler, pouvoir avoir un état des lieux devant nous grâce à cet outil et au travail de ces jeunes et de ces scientifiques, et de pouvoir dire comment on la partage. Il y a les industriels d'un côté, les agriculteurs de l'autre, tous les acteurs de l'eau d'un territoire. On peut voir de quelle quantité on dispose. Si on peut faire, par exemple, un aménagement du territoire ou pas. Si on peut partager l'eau d'une manière un peu plus pragmatique. Et une usine qui ferme pendant 3 semaines, est-ce que les agriculteurs ont besoin de plus d'eau? Et cet outil peut contribuer à la paix. Et comme il peut contribuer à la paix et que notre association a un projet qui s'appelle l'arabophonie, et on va commencer avec le premier sommet arabophonique de l'eau qui va avoir lieu le 7, 8 et 9 octobre 2006 au musée de l'eau à Marrakech. Et en coordination avec ce musée. Et on va on va inviter tous les pays arabophones et le Maroc va montrer son exemple et ils vont transmettre cette méthodologie aux autres pays arabophones. Inch'Allah, comme on dit chez nous. Et j'espère que vous allez tous y participer parce que c'est un projet non seulement qui lutte contre la sécheresse, mais c'est un projet de paix. Voilà ma réponse.
Merci infiniment, Madame Jeannette, pour vos réponses et pour les éléments importants que vous avez partagés avec nous. Et maintenant, mes souvenirs reviennent. Il y a peut-être l'année dernière, on s'était vu à Valence, à l'IME, oui, à Valence, et vous aviez parlé déjà de cette expérience. Maintenant, quand vous étiez en train de parler, ça m'est revenu. Donc, merci beaucoup. Donc, la question de ce concept de jeune ambassadeur de l'eau dont vous venez de parler, qui est un concept magnifique, comme vous avez dit, c'est un très bon outil d'aide à la prise de décision. Et surtout, ce qui attire l'attention, c'est que ce rapprochement avec l'université, ça c'est très très important. L'université est fortement présente et donc l'université peut catalyser un de vos objectifs qui est un meilleur partage des ressources vis-à-vis des populations et donc ce rapprochement de ces ambassadeurs ou jeunes ambassadeurs avec la majorité des acteurs de l'eau, comme vous avez expliqué, ça c'est vraiment on ne peut que applaudir votre travail et vous dire il faut continuer parce que, comme j'ai dit ce matin, c'est la jeunesse qui va porter ces projets-là dans l'avenir en matière de recherche scientifique, recherche et développement, etc. Donc, encore une fois, merci beaucoup et merci d'être resté dans les 5 minutes. C'est très, très important pour nous. Donc, voilà. Alors, je passe maintenant au intervenant suivant, qui est Monsieur SYMPOSIUM, donc représentant du conseil régional, directeur de planification, si je ne me trompe pas, conseil régional, quelqu'un de très actif, un ancien universitaire aussi. Et donc voilà, vous avez la question et donc vous avez 5-6 minutes. À vous la parole, c'est micro.
Merci beaucoup. Michel Bouzien, je suis le directeur de planification et de développement régional au sein du Conseil de la région. Du point de vue institution électorale, Conseil de la région, on intervient à travers plusieurs paramètres, on peut dire. Le législateur nous octroie des prérogatives propres à travers la planification stratégique. Je m'excuse, je ne parle pas anglais très bien, donc je suis vers le français. Hein. Là, comment on part de planification stratégique à des projets bancables sur le terrain? Comment on exploite les données, les résultats scientifiques de la recherche vers la planification et par la suite à l'élaboration des projets concrets, bancables, réalisables sur le terrain. Aujourd'hui, nous disposons deux documents stratégiques, le SRAT, le schéma régional d'aménagement du territoire, et le programme de développement régional. Le premier sur 25 ans et le deuxième sur 6 ans. Ça colle parfaitement avec le mandat de président et des membres du conseil de la région. Aujourd'hui, on sait tous que la région de Tanger-Tétouan-Al-Qessima, c'est le château d'eau au niveau du Maroc, mais ça fait 2 ans, même pas, on parlait que nous sommes en déficit hydrique avec une réserve de quelques mois au niveau de Tanger et maximum 1 an à 2 ans dans quelques provinces de la région de Tanger-Tétouan-Al-Qessima. Et nous sommes conscients de l'importance de la gestion durable de l'eau et parmi les prérogatives aussi du Conseil de la région, c'est d'élaborer un document, un plan directeur d'économie de l'eau et de l'énergie. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous étions en train de réfléchir comment monter cette réflexion pour élaborer ce schéma directeur d'économie de l'eau et de l'énergie. Et à partir de 2022, et là qui émerge cette réflexion sur le WIF Nexus avec les experts Sejawad, Khalid Msemani et d'autres avec les parties prenantes, avec les administrations. Nous avons avec nous aujourd'hui l'ONE et d'autres à la BHL et autres partenaires. Donc, c'est une initiative, on peut dire, locale. Par la suite, c'est la réponse de la deuxième question. Mais je dirais que au côté de planification stratégique, c'est très compliqué, très complexe. Et ce n'est pas un simple jeu d'extraposition ou position ou un matching ou conjugaison des documents stratégiques, mais c'est une architecture cohérente entre les documents de 25 ans d'aménagement, de planification et de développement. Je dirais si on peut compléter ce puzzle avec le SRAT, le PDR. Aujourd'hui, nous travaillons sur le schéma régional de littoral. Nous disposons d'un plan régional de l'efficacité énergétique, de bas carbone, de PDR. Tout ça, si on le mélange, tout ça, des documents pour extraire, vraiment extraire des programmes ou des projets intégrés, ce n'est pas évident. Donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous travaillons ensemble avec tout l'écosystème intervenant dans la gestion problématique du développement local durable pour mettre en place des projets intégrés. Et la difficulté, encore une fois, c'est que les projets intégrés impliquent plusieurs intervenants et ça rend la contractualisation à travers des conventions de partenariat très difficile et leur exécution très délicate. La raison pour laquelle on travaille en silo. Mais à travers notre expérience de 5 ans, là où j'exerce ma fonction de directeur de planification avec plusieurs intervenants, si je peux répondre en une seule phrase à la première question, c'est le PICAS. Le P, le planning ou planification intégrée, le I, investissement ou la montage financier, c'est le contractualisation et le A, c'est l'action. Et par la suite, le S, c'est le suivi. Et on ajoute le plus parce que c'est la capitalisation et réplication. Là, on résume un peu le projet WIF Nexus c'est Jawad Kharaz, notre expert. Il a évoqué un peu le fameux projet de Wad al-Makhazin. On le développe ensemble avec les parties prenantes, la SRM, l'ONI, la BHL, l'ORMVAL, DERA, DRE, Panoplie. Vraiment, innovation sociale, innovation en matière de gouvernance. L'idée, c'est de comment alimenter le transfert, le fameux transfert d'eau entre le barrage Wad el-Makhazin vers Dar Khroufa. C'est, comme vous le savez, la politique nationale de l'eau, c'est le transfert de l'eau du nord vers le sud. Et cette intervention, c'est pour soutenir un peu un moment de stress hydrique au niveau de Tanger. Donc, on a construit ce canal de transfert du sud vers le nord pour, on peut dire, pour sauver la grande Tanger pour l'alimentation en eau potable. Donc, pour résumer, la région aujourd'hui donne une importance primordiale au secteur de l'eau. On a investi presque plus de 500 millions de dirhams ces dernières années, dont le potable avec l'ONE aujourd'hui, tout ce qui est aménagement, tout ce qui est branchement. Et sur l'aspect inondation, l'assainissement, la reuse aussi, les monoblocs de dessalement, et aussi, je ne parle plus de l'ONE qui s'en occupe aujourd'hui, je vais parler par la suite. Donc aujourd'hui, pour résumer, de la région travaille sur l'aspect planification, essaye de mettre en place une plateforme d'acteurs pour fédérer dans une feuille de route applicable, intégrée, réalisable sur 6 ans. Donc, c'est cette complexité qui donne des actions rapides, efficaces et réalisables. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Hicham. Pour ces éclaircissements et vos réponses très importantes. Avant de passer à 2-3 points que vous avez soulevés qui me semblent importants, mais juste rappeler peut-être les gens qui ne connaissent pas bien la région Tanger Tétouan Al-Husseima, c'est une région pilote au niveau du Maroc. Il y a une région Maroc, mais Tanger Tétouan Al-Husseima pilote parce qu'il y a une région où le renforcement de capacité, la sensibilisation des élus, renforcement de capacité, comme j'ai dit, des techniciens, des ingénieurs, toutes les composantes de la région a été au top. C'est bien la région Tétouan-Al-Husseima. Et ça fait. Et je n'arrête pas de le dire là où je vais, parce que j'ai beaucoup travaillé avec la région, donc je connais bien, et ça fait énormément plaisir. Donc c'est une région qui peut donner un bon exemple aux autres régions sur comment est-ce qu'on peut planifier, et notamment vous avez parlé du passage de la planification stratégique à la bancabilité des projets. Ça c'est très important, parce que c'est avec ce renforcement de capacité que la région a compris qu'on ne peut pas obtenir des financements, même si ce n'est pas vraiment des financements climat, mais des financements d'une manière générale qui touchent à la durabilité, si on n'a pas les outils et les ingrédients qu'il faut inclus dans ces projets-là. Et ça, ce que la région a bien compris et a bien suivi ce modèle-là. Et aussi, vous avez parlé de la question de l'eau qui est centrale pour la région de Tanger-Tétouan-Al-Husseima. C'est que c'est vrai, même allez, on va dire 2015, 2016, on était encore parmi les régions les mieux arrosées au niveau marocain. Non, on est une région qui va passer vers un stade où il va y avoir des pénuries d'eau en l'espace de moins de 10 ans. Et ça, c'est ce qu'on a dit ce matin. Il faut planifier tout cela. Les indicateurs climatiques, il ne faut pas les laisser de côté. Il faut les inclure dans notre planification et notre stratégie. Parler du UFNixus aussi, qui est devenu le fer de lance pour la région dans la planification et surtout l'opérationnalisation de vos projets. C'est très important. Vous avez parlé du PDR, il y a le PDR, mais il y a qu'a lancé la région, ça c'est important. Donc, c'est une région durable, donc qui a la durabilité dans son DNA maintenant. Et la question de l'eau est centrale, comme vous avez dit. Donc, merci pour tous vos éclaircissements. Et donc, voilà. Donc, on va passer à l'expert suivant. Donc, c'est Madame Fedwa Essanouni, donc de l'ONE. Donc, vous avez une présentation, donc en 10 minutes maximum. Et donc voilà, je suppose que la présentation est déjà installée. Ben voilà, elle est déjà installée, donc on n'aura pas de problème technique. Super. À vous la parole, madame. Ok, bon ben voilà, donc on va passer à l'intervenant suivant. C'est bien qu'il y avait une technologie. Si Oussama Den, donc vous avez la parole pour 5-6 minutes aussi, répondre à la première question. Si vous faites comme les autres panélistes, vous me répondez à la première question et à la deuxième parce que vous la connaissez déjà. On termine après. On n'a pas besoin de la reposer. Voilà, vous avez la parole.
I'll do this in English. I'm Osama Faddan. I'm a lawyer before Paris Bar. I have founded into the companies, developed a specific expertise, water, energy. I will be talking about the financing, occupation, water, and context. Experts insist on it. We water deficiency not be trapped. Lots of water this year. Problem that come public policies 30 years, 5 years. So still ongoing. Work on it. I have heard lots of experts talk about wonderful technology. It all comes at a cost. As experts today, public-private partnership has become private investment. Public policies are good. In Morocco, we have had a very ambitious public policy. Water provides for water desalination authorization. Very particular. We also have delegated management. All that. We have public tenders, common projects, public projects, and we have private partnerships. So in Morocco, water desalination projects have been in all of these. Casablanca, it's have now 2 ongoing projects structured in Tangier, Oriental, the Oriental region. South of Morocco, in Agadir, we have a project that's a delegated management project. And we also have the water structure, also a major governance, something that very new. We have that in the Middle East. We have that now in Morocco. Second phase of the project. First phase was a public tender. It's now under operation. ONE. Second phase is phase of development. So when it comes to renewable energy, we also have had lots of work that have been done in Morocco. I would talk about 3 9 on renewable energy. That regulates sector. Are major enhancements. Morocco to making a project, whether it is water desalination, water, energy is the most important cost. So, for example, if I Casablanca PPP, it was a commitment made by the consortium up in the part of their income based on the energy. More they are energy, better they. Other projects, I take water transfer. OPEX is at cents energy. Current phase is fueled by conventional. There's now work to have that fueled on renewable energy. I will not take authorization teams, but I will talk. I have 5 minutes. Second phase of the panel. Well, I would say that from governance, Morocco has problems. So have all the tools. Today the problem is finance. Finance projects are planned everywhere. Technology, talk about or the cost of it 10 years ago is not the cost of it 5 years ago, and is not the cost of it a year ago. If I just take the Casablanca project itself, cost has reduced. It has not started operation. Cost has already. Yes. Talk about financing. Financing governs what legal have. Private investors come into your problem is private come to your project, they will need fundraising banks, our local banking market is fortunately not strong enough to finance just by itself major infrastructure projects. So go on international financial markets. When you go to have some reflection, very automatic mind. Say yes, we are. Think you're reassuring, but you're scaring them. Major problem is that if I do a comparison between public delegated management, public-private partners, they will go lands, structures. That way, you can raise financing. Public tender, everything, by definition, not give you security. During a private partner will have ownership, all the assets, as long as the project is still ongoing, 25, 30. It is a security in the hand of the financing bodies. Delegated management can have ownership, not be a security. So overall, this is really. I'll insist a bit on one other topic. Valuation. It's Morocco, 85% water. I don't like the word. I don't like the term. On agriculture. You didn't. You didn't. But I hear it a lot. I hear that spending water on waste doesn't come at the same value. Water, drinking water is at a higher price, and we value water that's agriculture. Say this is the problem. Come to structure. Water. South, center of Morocco, not so rich. That water, when at a capex, and it will that will somehow near price of water desalination. Sell to a farmer. Want to pay a lot for their need. Public financing, engineering, find out how we can. Also, the last part of how we are was not culture water comes from the rain. So so we have not valued water, wastewater, enough because water used to come from the rain. Biggest effort was some prayer to have water come, and we had water by God's will. They are spending money to get that water. Penny. It's also something that
Thank you so much, Mr. Usama. He's a lawyer. C'est un avocat, محامي. Cannot speak after him. But excellent answers and items and bullet points you raised. How can I start? You discussed the issue of public policies, legal frameworks that are in place for 30 years in law, environmental law, like in for the water, air pollution. And 10 years and years ago, maybe 20. And you said that issues are still there, and you raised the question of the well, I'll talk about the security later, but the question of the one of the ways to solve our financing problems, because finance, you said, it's the first issue, and it's a priority to deploy the project, the good project, especially desalination project. The PPP is one of the solutions. So PPP has been used, especially for the Shtuka Itzbaha desalination plant. It's a PPP model, so it's working very good. But you cannot use it everywhere. For the desalination plant of Casablanca, it's good, it's okay. But again, the national banks, OCO, are not capable of financing the mega projects, the big project. Although there is a counter example, because for the construction sector, building sector, when foreign investors come to Morocco, the money comes from our banks. Why they cannot do that for energy projects or desalination project? That's a question that we ask ourselves. Counter example, we have. I want to say give names of the companies. So that's the example. But anyway, good points you raised. Is by two other points. So the need to give volume for water that goes to the agriculture. Well, value, not volume, value. I agree with you. And we have not valued enough the reused water. We have good examples for that. In our region here, when we installed the Samuda water reused plant close to Fnidak, the water that has been treated, the 3 cycles, the agriculture or the farmers did not want to use it. They don't want to use it because they said, no, this is a reused water. There is an exercise of educating people, educating farmers, educating the lawyer is taking notes. Educating the politicians to say to people that this is this water, you can even drink it, not only use it for agriculture. So I will stop here. Thank you so much. Now the floor for Madame Dr. Fadwa Sanouni from ONE. You have the floor for 10 minutes. You do presentation, you answer the 2 questions. You have the floor. Thank you.
Before I
about
Morocco faces the challenge of limited and unevenly distributed natural water resources, marked by significant variations over time and across regions, and exacerbated by the impacts of climate change and a growing demand for water.
ونظرا لتزايد الاحتياجات والإكراهات يلح على ضرورة التحيين المستمر لآليات السياسة الوطنية للماء، تحديد هدف استراتيجي في كل ظروف الأحوال، وهو ضمان الماء الشروب لجميع المواطنين وتوفير 80% على الأقل احتياجات السقي على مستوى التراب الوطني.
In line with the High Royal Directives, particularly the National Programme for Drinking Water Supply and Irrigation 2020-2027, strengthening and diversifying sources of drinking water production have been established as priority areas. This includes a major focus on non-conventional water resources. In this context, seawater desalination stands as a major lever for the kingdom's water security. With over 3,500 kilometers of coastline and the strong growth of renewable energies, Morocco has launched an ambitious, large-scale desalination program. Thanks to this program, the country's current desalination capacity has reached 423 million cubic meters per year through 17 desalination plants, as well as many modular units. Within this assets, the National Office of Electricity and Drinking Water has built 13 desalination plants. ONI has solid expertise and know-how in the field of seawater desalination, initiated following the return of the Saharan provinces to the motherland, with the commissioning of Morocco's first desalination unit in Boujadour in 1977. For a half-century, ONI has been developing, building, operating, and maintaining multiple desalination plants to sustainably secure the drinking water supply across the kingdom. Today, ONI has an overall production capacity by desalination of 134 million cubic meters per year, of which 88 million cubic meters per year dedicated to drinking water. For the 2026-2030 period, ONI has planned an ambitious investment program in the drinking water sector of around 42 billion Moroccan dirhams, including 24 billion Moroccan dirhams through public-private partnerships. These investments will increase production capacity by 2.5 million cubic meters per day, nearly 75% of which from desalination, thanks to 10 additional desalination plants. Among these projects stands out the Casablanca desalination plant, currently under construction, the largest at the continental level, with a capacity of 300 million cubic meters per year, 100% powered by clean energy. Upon completion of this program, the desalination capacity dedicated to drinking water will reach 1.3 billion cubic meters per year, covering more than 60% of drinking water needs by 2030. Through these efforts, ONI continues its commitment to guaranteeing sustainable access to drinking water across the kingdom. Innovation, renewable energy, seawater desalination, ONI contributes to build a resilient, sustainable, and future-oriented water management model. Water is a matter of sovereignty. ONI makes it a priority.
nous ont poussé à approvisionnement en eau et avant, c'est maintenant basé principalement sur les ressources conventionnelles, les barrages, les ressources humaines. Mais vu les et donc de développer une offre des conventions dessalement, la déminéralisation des eaux. Donc c'est le qui a été fait. C'est le programme national de l'agriculture, de l'approvisionnement en eau et l'agriculture, qui va de 2020 jusqu'à 2027 et qui, qui a comme axe principal, c'est la demande, c'est enrichir la demande par la speeding up the building of new dams, executing smart inter-basin transfers and providing major desalination plants. Aussi, the resource reuse, la réutilisation des eaux usées, aiming to reuse 100 million cubic meters per year of treated wastewater. And smart demand management, ça veut dire c'est l'amélioration des performances, des adductions et de réseaux de distribution. Actuellement, l'ONI ne fait plus de la distribution, c'est le SRM, c'est une attribution SRM. L'ONI, c'est la production de l'eau potable et le transport de l'eau potable. Donc, je passe au slide suivant. Je vais donc juste rappeler quelques chiffres. La capacité, production capacité, c'est about 7.5 million cubic meters per day. The production volume, it's about 1.41 million cubic meters per year. Linear of pipes, it's 13,000 kilometers, and supply efficiency is about 95.5%. By 2025, we have 116 treatment plants and 13 desalination plants. Drinking water, by the desalination, the offer now is the drinking water about 236 million cubic meters per year. The industrial demand is about 141 million cubic meters per year, and irrigation needs about 45.6 million cubic meters per year. For the irrigation needs is only Agadir now. Total national capacity actually is about 423 million cubic meters per year. Les desalination plants, there are many desalination on the coast of cubic meters per day, and for Husima is about 70,280 meters per day. We will pass a new node, which is PPP. It's not very those the desalination plants of is it produced about 150,000 cubic meters per day for drinking water, and 125,000 cubic meters per day for irrigation. It will be extensible to 250,000 cubic meters per day for irrigation. Under construction, we have the Casablanca desalination plant. It's about 300 million cubic meters per year at full scale, because it will be constructed in 2 phases. Currently, the construction rate is about 30%. It started in April 2024. And it will support 7.5 million inhabitants. It's powered 100% by renewable energy. In between 2020 and 26 and 20 and 30, the capacity plan of ONI, it will achieve 133 billion cubic meters per year for drinking water. For other uses, 1 billion cubic meters per year. Desalination, all the megas plants which will be constructed will be coupled with renewable energies. The mix of energy it's now is about 46% renewable energy. The legal framework, we have a legal framework which is consistent. For water, we have the law 1095 as amended by law 3615. And for PPP mode, we have law 8612 being amended by law 4618. And law 54005 delegated management. And for renewable energy, we have the law 139 as amended and supplemented by law 5815. For environment, we have law 1203 on environment impact assessment as amended by law 49. So the key driver for this desalination program, governance and clean tech coupling with the renewable energy and local integration. Want to turn the our kingdom and securing the sustainability of Morocco water, preserving groundwater strategic reservoirs, and building a world-class desalination ecosystem. Thank you. Attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fadwa. Je retiens. Merci d'abord pour cette vidéo excellente qui est très bien faite. Donc, félicitations à votre équipe de communication. Je retiens 2-3 points maximum pour votre présentation. Bien sûr, le passage de l'ancienne loi de l'eau 1095 vers la nouvelle loi de l'eau a ouvert des fenêtres et des portes d'innovation magnifiques, notamment, comme vous avez bien expliqué, le passage vers les ressources non conventionnelles, parce que dans l'ancienne loi, on ne pas la réutilisation, dessalement, etc. C'est la nouvelle loi qui nous a apporté cette bouffée d'oxygène, et c'est une très très bonne chose. Donc vous en avez bien parlé. Le PNA EPI 2020-2027 est bientôt se terminé, parce qu'il reste encore une année, et après ça sera terminé, mais j'espère qu'il va y avoir une suite, parce que ça c'est important. Et puis vous avez parlé de review of desalination achievements. Ça c'est important, by giving the Agadir model as an example. Et surtout cet équilibre, le balance between irrigation and drinking water is very important. Parce que bon, c'est le cas maintenant à la station Shtuka Eitz Bahadil de Agadir, de dessalement. Donc c'est vrai qu'il y a un partage entre eau pour l'agriculture et eau pour l'alimentation en eau potable, pour la ville notamment. Et puis vous avez donné l'exemple de Casablanca et insisté sur le 100% renewable energy. Alors que nous, je vais être très franc, hein, sans langue de bois, initialement, Agadir devait être 100% renouvelable énergie. Beaucoup de gens continuent à croire que Agadir est 100% renouvelable énergie. Alors que ce n'est pas vraiment 100%. Voilà, donc ça veut dire qu'il y a une empreinte carbone.
Oui.
Monsieur l'avocat, il y a une empreinte carbone de la station de Agadir qu'il va falloir évaluer et corriger. Voilà, donc ça c'est et c'est pour ça que vous avez bien fini votre présentation en disant que turning crisis into opportunities. So we are still now in crisis or are we switching to opportunities? I don't know. So, mais espérons que nous sommes dans les opportunités maintenant. Bon, en tout cas, merci beaucoup, Dr. Fadoua. Donc, vraiment, je vais conclure maintenant parce que vraiment, il se fait très tard en faisant la chose suivante. J'ai encore changé de stratégie. Vous avez 1 minute chacun. 1 minute, vraiment, monsieur Jawad, 1 minute. Et ça, c'est pour vous aider, Dr. Aïcha, pour nous donner en une phrase une idée comme conclusion de ce panel. Et donc, ça va faire où est-ce qu'il est, SYMPOSIUM? Il est sorti? Il va revenir. Donc, 1, 2, 3, 4, et puis Madame Jeannette Perrault, 5. On va avoir 5 phrases, 5 idées qu'on va mettre comme recommandation pour ce panel. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord, Dr. Aïcha? Comme ça, on est concret et scientifique. Donc, je commence par vous aussi, Jawad. Rapidement, j'ai une phrase avec une idée que vous voulez qu'on... Est-ce qu'on est en train d'enregistrer ici? Vous enregistrez? Donc, je vais rien écrire. Ça fait? C'est bon? Je n'ai pas envie d'écrire. Donc, vous me donnez votre phrase assez Jawad, il a compliqué.
Thanks, Khalid. It's not easy to resume it in 1 minute, but what I can say is that we need. Okay, so we need innovation, not only technological, but also in governance and financing. As mentioned by C. Osama, it's very important to accompany the technological innovation with innovation also in the financing. Can I speak? Yeah. Il nous faut une innovation technologique, mais aussi une innovation au niveau de financement et au niveau de la gouvernance. C'est très important parce que seulement avec ce genre d'innovation, on pourrait faire en sorte que ces genres de projets soient durables.
Préserver cette politique. Pas quelque chose. Encourager à valoriser.
I would insist on international cooperation to stay on the second topic. We need to increase South cooperation, and the recent problems that was lived in Spain and in which Morocco was involved has shown that we can also have South-North cooperation and not just North-South South cooperation. So we need to trust in our capabilities. We need to increase and insist on what we can do. And I think that with good South-South cooperation, we can have Africa and Morocco use all its water and energy potential to its maximum.
Are you meaning triangular cooperation?
But say South-South, it's not.
Okay, thank you. So North, you don't cooperate with Spain. So
We were very.
So it's triangular cooperation.
Going from the
Okay,
south.
okay. Okay, thank you so much. Madame Jeannette Perrault, vous êtes toujours en ligne? Madame Jeannette Perrault, est-ce que vous êtes toujours en ligne pour nous donner votre point de recommandation? Sinon, je donne à Monsieur Bouziane, c'est Hicham. Hicham, en une phrase, une recommandation.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez ou pas? Ça y est, la recommandation, c'est de donner les moyens pour que les scientifiques, les institutions publiques et la société civile travaillent ensemble pour préparer les futurs décideurs de la gouvernance de l'eau et encadrer cette jeunesse qui a tant besoin de réparer tout ce qu'a fait notre génération. Donc, pour le changement climatique, travaillons avec eux et pour eux. Voilà ma recommandation.
Merci, Cyril, pour cette magnifique session, on peut dire, par rapport à la conclusion, la recommandation que je peux de la prendre, c'est que dans l'écosystème université, le privé, collectivité territoriale et les établissements pour une meilleure gouvernance et gestion afin de mieux élaborer des projets bancables.
Bien, veuillez me joindre à applaudir les différents panélistes, s'il vous plaît. C'était un panel très riche. On a beaucoup appris, on a beaucoup échangé. On n'a pas eu la langue de bois. On a vraiment essayé de voir qu'est-ce qui fonctionne, qu'est-ce qui ne fonctionne pas. Et c'est ça, en tout cas en tant qu'académicien, c'est comme ça qu'on aime traiter les dossiers. Maintenant, on me dit qu'on va faire une photo de groupe et puis après, on va distribuer les certificats. Donc, merci à vous, si Jawad, si Hicham, Madame Fadoua, si Oussama, c'est très gentil. Donc, Madame Jeannette, merci à vous aussi. J'espère que vous vivez bien le deuxième épisode de la canicule.
Péniblement.
Terriblement. Bon courage à vous. Ça, c'est le dérèglement climatique. Merci. Donc, voilà, on va distribuer la photo. Et après, voilà, je dépose le micro. Merci. Mon travail est terminé.